shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. Why believe the more I get a world away? The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure
Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it, drop, 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 drop. Shake it, drop, 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 drop. Shake it.
talk about tonight's first matchup, GAM Esports versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. This is a second versus third. These guys are pretty much in the playoffs as it stands. As we see the players walking on, Kiaya and Florin, the phenomenal top laners here tonight, Carrix. Hopefully we can see them bring their best to bear, followed up swiftly by the junglers here.
Yeah, Drakthar and Pop9, two players that I think we have to have our eyes on. Drakthar in particular has been mission critical in GAM's wins. When he is shut out of the game, GAM soon follows. The mid lane, someone who has been making his case for player of the week, Hongshu, taking on RS.
Hongshu himself only having 11 champions pool very, very deep and only second in the LCP at the moment in terms of mid laners, as we do see the bot laners, Artemis and Fang. These two superstars. Artemis definitely in contention for the best AD of the LCP with his performances so far this split, Carrix, but not to be outshone, we see the supports take the stage. Taki and Xiao C. Taki, the reliable support. Xiao C, the monstrous hook engage, able to turn bot lanes in the favor of Relove DCG.
And we've got a really interesting matchup here. Null and Refrain, both of them very aware of the stakes here. Second versus third. It's unlikely either of these teams don't make playoffs. However, it is so important to be going into playoffs having beaten the teams that are going to stop you on your road. Relove DCG, this was a team we weren't really sure what to think of this split. It was new. We didn't really know who they were, what they were going to be doing, but they've proven that they are really, really good. They are at the top of the LCP just about. They are someone that in the playoffs are going to be really dangerous, but GAM are almost certainly going to be a roadblock on their way, and they need to be able to prove today that they can get over that roadblock.
All obstacles are made to be overcome. That is the mentality these professional tier 1 gamers bring to the Rift. That is why they can overcome these odds, overcome these obstacles. As you say though, GAM no pushover themselves, as Relove DCG will find out. Xiao C is absolutely vibing right now, as he is one of the two selected for the Howling Abyss 2v2, where teams will fight for first selection. The winner gets to choose priority on either side selection, or if they draft first or second. And as we see here, Carrix, these series bans, we've mentioned it before, these are the bans that follow through the entire split. Once something is used, it's like a deep, permanent, fearless ban. Once something's used, it cannot be used again for the rest of that split. So right now, that's 12 champions for either side, and they get a little bit of a ban phase here as well. We typically see things like, I was literally about to say Darius, the Rengars, that kind of thing, the really solid 1v1 skirmishes, as Darius and Galio banned away, but crikey, Carrix, Renekton banned.
Yeah, won't be let out. Don't need to find any Crocodile Hunters this time on the Howling Abyss, as Zyra immediately going to be locked in. DCG cooking up a fun one, set Zyra. Hopefully a taste of what we see on the Rift. But as was said, this is for side select and draft order selection. That's actually really important in this series. I think champion pools are going to be mission critical once we get there, because I think these teams have to play through different lanes. And that's such an interesting thing. So many times we say, this is a battle of this role. Both teams, their star player is a mid laner or an AD, and we have to see who can come out on top. I don't think that's true tonight. Looking at Relove DCG, where do you think their hopes are being laid?
Quite frankly, we were talking about this beforehand. Their hopes could be laid on anyone. Florin, he is a top laner that is reliable. He is sturdy. He is someone with resilience and can bounce back. He has been dived and targeted time and time again and always finds a way to come back into that game. Hop9 has a jungle ocean. He has played 12 champions so far this split. He cannot be kept out of this game. He cannot be prevented from having impact. Hongshu, champ pool of 11. It's actually kind of wild. He's also only second in the LCP behind TSW's Dire with the highest average assists and damage per minute. And then we have Feng as well. Just getting involved, but
Speaking of getting involved, level 1, they found a bush with a bear, and they are getting beat down. Kiaya and RS getting off to a good start. But I want to continue this discussion sort of while we watch this 2v2 play out. Because in my mind, where GAM have a real advantage is that bot lane. I agree with you that DCG are solid all round, but I do think most of the time, the star power is coming from mid lane. Hongshu who's really been catching my eye, while on the side of GAM, it's been Artemis. I think it's going to be a matter of which lane comes out on top rather than two players in the same lane. I would expect Artemis to have leads, not massive leads. I'm not saying he's going to destroy Feng by any means. There's another little fight here in the 2v2. Flash away from that haymaker. Fighting Florin back. I think the damage should just be there. No, 1-for-1 at the moment. Florin lives as well. GAM now could be in trouble. This got exciting all of a sudden. RS, nothing he can really do. The plants are here. Gonna take him down. No, sidesteps. He continues. Oh my gosh.
that heal came in clutch, saving Ares. But as you were saying, I really do think it's going to come down to those individual lane matchups. Each lane is going to have to fend for themselves and eke out that lead over their opponents in order to get that priority, get that strength, and be able to apply it across the rift, because every single one of these players is so good at what they do individually. Like we saw, we expected in the game previously where Xiaoxi was on that blitz into the Lucian Nami to just not go in their favor, and he turned that on its head. He flipped the script. As we do see both of these teams here, I do want to point this out, they've both got supports that have very strong roots preventing the brawlers being able to move forward, but they're both playing around it very, very well here, Carrix.
They are so far. This is an exciting 2v2. We don't often have it where it's 1-for-1. I still think they should do this with the Mayhem augments. That'd be fun. But anyway, yeah. Do expect level 6 will be seeing this one play out. Both teams just farming up towards that. And whoever does get first pick, I expect them to go to the second pick. And if they can lock up a strong mid laner and a strong jungler, I think that's where I'd be looking.
One of my favorite things that I've seen from ARAM Mayhem lately is Xiaoxi just aggressing forward. There's a firecracker augment that when you crit, it sends off firecrackers equal to the crit percentage, I think it is, and does additional damage. And there was an Ashe who sent her crystallized arrow straight down the middle and hit a Zac. Now, because Zac was full build, super tanky, because it trades off their health as well, he then ran back into the team where the firecrackers bounced amongst the team, and that singular Ashe arrow got a pentakill. It's crazy how good ARAM Mayhem is.
It is a lot of fun. Something I need to play more of, but every time I click the play button, TFT calls to me like a siren. I always need to just go click on my little guys. As we just keep on going. This is one of the longer 2v2s. We did have a pretty long one yesterday, but today both teams taking it very seriously. No silly business. They both really want to get that side select, but we're going immediately in. They're going straight onto the Xayah. The bear gets showstopped and put in the dirt. DCG will have first selection.
That was a fantastic sequence. The volley bear ult in, the set ult to take him even deeper into that second turret as well. So DCG gets second pick for themselves there. So, again, one of my favorite things here, Carrix, is when we look to those player cams and they are just laughing. They're just having the best time. It's these little things that separate the LCP from the rest of the Tier 1 circuit that makes it so unique, makes it so fun to be a part of and watch. As we see just a little bit of meditation here, just, you know, calm the nerves, prepare yourselves for the game ahead tonight with, you know, playoffs damn near locked in for both of these teams right now. Relove DCG, they're there. GAM, it would take a lot for them to lose every single game and all of the other games to go against them to fall out of playoffs. As here in the LCP, the top 6 teams make it through to playoffs and the bottom 2 don't get there. And as a reminder, this is the last week of regular season here for split 1 of the LCP in 2026, Carrix. This matchup promises to be a banger. I'm expecting 3 full games of excellent League of Legends tonight.
I totally agree. I think this should go the distance. These teams are not far apart from each other on the ladder. GAM is a little bit behind, but GAM only loses to Vietnamese teams, and Relove DCG, Vietnamese they are not. So GAM are locked in on this one. They've only lost to Vietnamese teams. That's just a true statistic.
Well, there's a first time for everything, and Relove DCG are looking to assert their dominance, because if they win here tonight, Relove, maybe only temporarily, but Relove will take themselves the number 1 spot in the LCP. Of course, Team Secret Whales gets to play tomorrow night, Sunday night, and will have an opportunity to reclaim their throne if that does happen. But these games, they're getting pretty spicy characters. We're into the draft. We start with an Orianna ban in the mid. Classic control mage. We don't want any of that. You can't stack your passive to get that increased damage. There will be no command shockwaves coming out of Orianna tonight. But GAM, they respect the Hongshu Yone. They've been watching Carrix. They finally banned Yone.
That they have, and I'm glad a team is learning. This does, of course, free up Azir as well, that counter pick. Not available. Could see that going over to RS. Wouldn't mind it. They obviously do have the first pick. DCG chose the second pick, as we just sort of expect at this point. Mbessa gone, as well as Varus. The ADC pool has not been attacked particularly hard, and I kind of hope DCG thinks about a second ADC ban here. I think you need to choke Artemis out.
We did see another team have some pretty decent success in Artemis, though. They were able to coordinate and pull that trigger. I do believe it was Team Secret Whales, potentially, that all they did is attacked Artemis. They let him have whatever champions he wanted, but they just bullied him. They 4v2 stomped that bot side, kept him down, kept him out of that game. So that is an option as well if DCG want to spread those bans across the team. And respect where respect is due, that Nocturne ban coming through, not really a surprise when there is a VCS team on the Rift, which we've spoken about before, Carrix. I love that Nocturne is so intrinsic to the identity of every VCS team that anyone that faces up to them, they just know to ban it straight away.
For sure, it is something that just adds so much chaos to the game, something these teams have thrived in the past. I'm interested to see that Rumble first pick for Kiaya, because it does give away the Jarvan and Azir. I was alluding to it, that with Yone God, that is the traditional Zig. Please lock it in. Please. Oh. Come on!
For the
yes! Kindred Bros, we're so here! We're so back! Come on!
Please, something different, he says.
Oh, come on.
giving priority to a different role here, locking in that Akali, but we did see that cheeky Viego and Kindred hover there. Maybe a sign of things to come out of Drakthar, but they decided to prioritize their mid laner and then let Artemis lock in Yunara before DCG really get that opportunity to attack the AD pool of GAM. And Hongshu looks to be securing himself the Galio. Now, if we do remember, on Friday night, Hongshu had a ripper of a game on Yone and then had a ripper of a game on Galio. So that is a very, very valid pick for him. But it looks like they wanted to give priority to their bot laner now that they know half of what they're up against into that GAM bot side.
They do. I think the Corki makes a lot of sense. You don't want to get banned down the tier list when you're facing a Yunara. I'd like to see some Enchanter bans here. Take away Taki, maybe take away Lulu. And then, yeah, I think Wukong makes a lot of sense. That is a shared champion from both these junglers. Obviously, Pop9 playing Jarvan in this game. Don't let Drakthar be super comfortable on Wukong. Having Wukong rumble is so much area denial, really lets the Yunara thrive. And that's what I'm focusing on for GAM, is you need to let Artemis thrive.
You're right. They really want to set Artemis up. And in order to do that, they need to have those team fighting tools. They need to have that theory of the circles that our esteemed colleague Blue Panda would talk about. The more circles you had, the bigger circles you had, the more likely you were going to win these fights. So I know the equalizer, it's not a circle, it's more of a rectangle, but it's still a good area of denial tool, as that Cassante is also banned away by GAM. So there will be no Cassante Rumble matchup. It is a good call to target that top side just a little bit, as Florin has not yet had a pick, but Florin has 6 champs under his belt so far, with these most played being Renekton and Rumble. So it's likely we'll see a Renekton picked here.
Renekton into Rumble, it's not what I would pick. I'd love to see a counter pick. I would really love to see Gnar. I'd love to see Kennen if Florin has that. You can go Renekton here, don't get me wrong, like it's fine, but it's not what I want to see out of these late picks. When you've got counter pick for top lane, I want to see a little bit more out of it. Galio being thought about as a potential support pick locked in. I like this, shall see.
Galio's support is definitely not unusual. I really like the tankiness of that Galio, being able to soak that AP damage if they opt to go with that, but it looks almost like a double AD is about to come through for the bot side if that Leona is locked in. But that taunt, forcing that AD to hit you and protecting your own AD, just allowing Fang on the Corki to free fire, as Xin Xiao locked in for Drakthar there. That Leona, a little bit of a bait. Interesting that they were hovering the support and then they went with the jungler, but they have next pick anyway, so maybe they were just toying with this. They wanted to put on a little bit of a show before they locked it in.
A lot of thinking. I like this Xin Zhao. This so far from DCG is a very, we go in one place, we put circles down. Xin Zhao really good against that. Alistair as well, very, very strong against being picked. You often see supports being the targets of the pick comps. Poppy would not fit very well here. That would have to be Poppy top against Rumble. I mean, it's playable, but I feel like you're very low damage in this composition if you lock this in.
I feel like it's a team fighting tool. I feel like it's going to be those keepers' verdicts to try and swing the fights in their favor. The steadfast presence doesn't feel like it gets too much value here. Maybe preventing Xin Zhao diving in, Akali as well. So 2 out of, dare I say, 5. You'll get a little bit of value on that Yunara when she's in her transcendence. Oh, as maybe it's a Galio top and not support. That's interesting. That could be a better matchup.
That is the better matchup into the Rumble. I think that makes sense. I'm happy to be proven wrong, Relove DCG, but I think putting Galio in top lane is really risky. If there's fights around the bottom side, and that's where I want DCG to be going. I want them to be bullying Artemis. I want them to be setting up dives on this Yunara. Galio can't join the play. Like, it's not a real global, it's a semi-global. He does have to kind of be in the region. Florin, prove me wrong, man, but I'm a little bit sus on this one. I think they might have got a little bit lost in the sauce.
I think Florin is going to be that top laner, though, that can prove us wrong here, Carrick. Florin, time and time again, has proved his mettle, his resilience, his stability on that top side. He's just not a top laner that Relove DCG need to provide extra resources for. He's able to handle it and survive and even thrive on his own. It just means Pop 9 gets to prioritize the mid laner of Hongshu, rotate for those objectives on the bot side with Feng and Xiaoxi, and GAM Esports, Kiaya, Drakthar, Ares, Artemis, and Taki as we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between Relove DCG and GAM Esports, Carricks.
That we are, and it's an exciting one for sure. These two on your screen, Hongshu and Ares, have so much to do for their teams. Ares has to control Hongshu. Every single game that he has gotten off to a good start has been able to link up with Pop 9, make moves around the map, primarily on that Yone, but also on things like the Galio, of course, not in his hand this game, have been so powerful. Ares, I don't necessarily need to see him getting super far ahead. He just has to stay even with Hongshu. That's his job this game, this whole series, really.
Definitely can't let Hongshu get too much priority, get too far ahead of his opposition there. Because if Hongshu gets that priority and is able to start roaming around and applying his strength across the rift, then that's likely going to win them the laning phases and then convert into that sort of team pushing power, as we do see some support or combat on the bot side here.
That we do, just trading back and forth, something we do expect. Summoner spells being blown to just keep that priority. They want to try and get the early level 2s. It's melee versus melee support, so it's less pressure. In the early game, we often see when there is a range versus melee, one team shoved in very hard before the level 2 is hit. But we haven't seen it on screen, but I think this top lane matchup has suddenly become really interesting, because I have my doubts about where you put the Galio, but there is no doubt that in the 1v1, it's a very good Rumble character.
Can definitely handle the AP damage that Rumble is looking to put down, is currently keeping up, if not almost ahead of that Rumble as well. One thing that I really do like, want to point out, is that typically Galio is either a support or a mid lane pick, but there's no reason he can't go in that top lane and just survive, right? He can definitely do that. It limits his global impact, though, so he won't be able to get to those Drake fights very quickly. He is forced to roam down to that mid side before he can have any impact. So it will be interesting to see how he plays around that global, how he moves, because we have 2 TPs on both sides. In fact, it's literally identical summoners across everybody on the Rift here tonight. Carrick says nothing unusual. It is exactly as expected.
Yeah, it is basically what we'd expect. These two teams are a little bit too good to really fall into the chaos too quickly, even though a team like GAM often invites the chaos. Ooh, Kiaya, I don't think he has a read on this. There are no pings coming down. They think they've just realized it. The pings are now coming in. Pop 9 could still come over this wall. I think Kiaya will potentially have to burn a flash, but I don't know how much kill potential there is. Florin is lurking, is still sitting back. Pop 9 spending a lot of time here. It's not time that he could be doing anything else, though, so it's probably fine.
It's still well read by GAM there. As you say, we saw the pings coming down. Drakthar recalled, ran out to that top side just in case. But as we have the advantage here of, omniscient vision of the Rift, we did see that Pop 9 hung about for a minute and then recalled. But he's not behind in experience either, so it didn't cost him anything to make that play, to put that pressure on. Well read by GAM. Great initiative by Relove DCG here. As we do see Pop 9 just clearing out his bot side jungle, and Drakthar having used that sort of top side, presence to clear his top before moving through mid, and that deep ward from Hongshu, just that classic standard ward that mid laners tend to put down, spotting Drakthar out, giving that vision, that information over to Relove DCG. So now they know where he is. They know he's going to sort of be in his bot side jungle for the next minute and a half or so. Or he could prioritize that and turn it around onto Drake, depending on how this priority works out in the bot side here, Carricks.
Priority very much in GAM's hands. Not too surprising when it's the Corki Poppy. But the resets are just coming through. I don't think we'll see a Drake started up unless there's a bit of a mistake here, but Xiaoxi is very safe with the Steadfast Presence, denies the headbutt, no headbutt pulverize from Taki, but another wave shoved in here. This actually is quite nice for GAM. They get a slightly better reset. They'll deny a couple of minions from Feng, nothing massive. Get a tower plate for themselves. GAM are pretty happy with this one.
They would be happy. They get that priority that we were talking about. There is a control ward in that dragon pit, so GAM do have vision on it. They've managed to eke out a small 500 gold lead for themselves across the map, but that's literally just a minion wave at best for each lane there. They'll get that back in their CS over the next minute or so. Interestingly, Carrix, so far it's been very routine. It's been relatively quiet. Both teams just happy to farm up. They're rotating. They're answering each other across the rift. We do see GAM have 2 on that top side and 2 in the mid. Both ADs left in the bot side, but Feng has recalled and is coming out to the rift now with 1 component of his Trinity Force completed. So they are starting to sort of cash in these CS waves that they've been farming. But ultimately, I think it's going to be another minute or 2 before we do see a big fight break out.
It's going to be interesting what that fight will be over. I kind of think it's going to come over vision if it's going to come over anything. Xiaoxi using that spellbook teleport to cheat priority, gets back down there. I don't know if Taki has used that spellbook TP. I might have missed it in the excitement of the rest of the map. But at the moment, as you said, very, very safe early game. Both teams just doing what they're supposed to, reading each other's support movements. ADCs just farming back and forth. Taki not able to find the pulverize there. Very hard to do into Xiaoxi in the isolated matchup. What's going to be interesting in the fights as this game goes on is what do you Steadfast Presence? Because we kind of talk about Poppy being a pretty good counter to Xin Zhao, a pretty good counter to Akali. Hang on, we're going to have to come back to it as he has found a way in. They move on to Feng, has to flash over the wall, but Artemis is not going to take that lying down. Goes in, picks up the first blood out of nowhere, Luke.
This is the VCS that we love, Carrix. These explosive fights. Suddenly we could be talking about the weather in Barcelona, and then GAM will have just pulled the trigger and annihilated someone before we even get the chance to respond. They're still aggressing forward. They've got the wave pushed in. Xiaoxi doesn't have that much mana, and he has taken a healthy chunk, but GAM only want priority because that let Drakthar take this Drake uncontested on the bot side. So excellent timing there from Artemis and Taki, deciding to pull that trigger right then, right there. As we go back to Bang, rolls forward, Taki, flash, headbutt, pulverize, the classic combo. Xiaoxi didn't even get time to react with that Steadfast Presence, wasn't able to stop that engage that the Steadfast Presence absolutely could have there. So that was just an excellent snap call from Taki there to kick that fight off, and Artemis responded superbly. We're going flash for flash with Bang, barriering to prevent any counter damage, but now we see a skirmish breaking out on the top side. DCG, they want these grubs.
Yeah, and they should be able to get them. Can Hongshu find his way out? I don't think he can, no. With the Galio shield and the protection from the Poppy now, it's RS having to flash away. Taunted up by Florent. Perfect execution out. Very good protection onto the mid laner of Hongshu.
Hongshu did really well there to hold his ultimate right up until Ares was back on top of him and then shuffle him away. Hongshu didn't panic. He didn't use it too early, and then that would have allowed Ares to close that gap and get on top of him. So really smart call there from Hongshu to be able to hold that ult and just answer Ares. And then obviously we did see Florin use that hero's entrance to come in and protect his team as well. Ares was locked up, forced to ult defensively there on that Ari, but we did get a glimpse of the damage that Ares is already able to bring to bear, and it is significant this early in the game here, Carrix. But we return to business as usual, if you can call it that here. We're 1 kill in at 9.5 minutes. This is definitely not the bloodbath of last night's series between GC and CFO.
No, it's not, and I'm somewhat happy to see that. I was happy for GZ. I think it was good that they could take it to CFO and they could get that win over them, lock themselves in to the playoffs. Really huge stuff for them. But this is what we want to see out of our top teams. We don't really want to see them getting down in the mud constantly and having to fight and just hands dip. This is a really controlled, really tactical game so far. The supports are roaming in sync with each other. The junglers know where each other is going to be. We see DCG did get slightly the better of it. They got 2 grubs, but when the grubs are split, that objective is much less valuable. Again, they go in. The steadfast presence from Xiaoxi is good. And it's all these little micro interactions, and I'm so interested to see between these two top end of the table teams.
That's exactly right. I think it was a good call picking up that Poppy, and we were talking about it in draft. We thought it might be a top side, but moving it to the bot side support, it gets more value and it gets it earlier as well. It's able to really inhibit what this Alistar wants to do, as we see GAM just trading nicely into DCG, and it prevents that Yunara dash forward when she is transcended in that ultimate. So it does get that value a bit more and a lot earlier here on that bot side. This Galio just able to farm into the face of this Rumble, keeping nice and close with like a 5 CS difference here as first items are coming through across the rift. Kiaya, Drakthar completing theirs. We have Pop9 also having completed his Sundered Sky. So the next fight is going to be a bit more dangerous. It's going to be a bit more explosive as that Kraken Slayer comes through for Artemis as well. Fang is in base, able to put together another component of that Trinity Force. So these gamers, they're keeping equal with one another. They're keeping pace. They're ready to go at a moment's notice, and summoners are coming back online. Most everyone has their flash except 1 or 2 here and there. The Drake in a minute, the Rift Herald in 3, and Taki deep with that vision control.
I think you were talking about items there. I think one thing to point out is just that this is where that kill in the early game has actually come to bear fruit. We have a dragon spawning at about 35 seconds, and Feng isn't going to have his Triforce for it. He might have the gold for it, but he can't get the gold and recall and get back out onto the map if GAM force this on spawn, which I think they will. A really good chunk there by Kiaya as well. Florin forced back. The only thing in DCG's favor is at the moment there is a teleport imbalance. If Florin doesn't TP back to lane, that tells me they're going to fight for this dragon. But I feel like GAM, we see that teleport, we go, okay, it's going to be a 4v4. Our ADC is going to have an item. Theirs is not. We should get this dragon.
Definitely, that is a good advantage to have. You want that full item completion when you're about to group fight. Ara is just clearing this ward out here. Hongshu trying to get some mid lane priority to make it as hard as possible for GAM. We do see Drakthar is on that bot side, but Fang was able to recall and complete his first item, that Trinity Force. So when the 4v4 breaks out around this Drake, it will be equal. Drakthar goes in.
Goes in, forces the EQ. Steadfast Presence is down, so that's going to be about 15 seconds of that not on the map. GAM will be very happy to see that. They pull this Drake. Currently, no one else really in range to join. Florin does not get the recall. Don't know if he stopped it or Kiaya stopped him, but he won't be joining this fight with the hero's entrance. RS is the further away mid laner, so DCG with a little advantage at the moment. Drakthar trying to make it hard. Keeper's Verdict will knock Taki away as well. DCG have taken full control of the area. They've blown up Drakthar, and I think GAM really fumbled.
It felt like GAM didn't take that fight seriously. Ares was just never able to even get in or close. The fact that Xiaoxi was just able to walk in, Keeper's Verdict, get that numbers advantage, the flash forward, steadfast presence to lock down Drakthar and allow DCG to get that kill. And now we find ourselves at 1 Drake apiece. It was a smart play. It was a slow play from Relove DCG. They won the fight. They won the Drake, and they give themselves that little bit of breathing room. GAM, only 1,000 gold up here at the 14th minute. I think both teams would be relatively happy where things are right now, Carrix, as a little bit of damage comes down on Ares, revealing where he is. Hongshu.
quite taking down RS, able to find his way out. But these mid laners constantly brawling, constantly trying to find the little edges. Drakthar moving in onto Pop9, knows that Florin isn't able to come help his jungler, forcing them both out. He's just going to keep on going. Drakthar forcing them all the way back, wants to give Kiaya all the space in the world. On the other side, we see Xiaoxi has gone down to Artemis as Drakthar was winning the 1v2, but now has to deal with the 1v3. There's a double kill on the bottom side. A double kill, Logan.
What just happened, Carrix? Drakthar walked into the faces of 3 DCG and was able to escape. He bought all of the priority. He bought all of this time on that top side. And on the bot side, GAM just took the bot lane apart. They ripped it to pieces. Artemis now 3-0 and gets the first
exactly
turret.
What GAM want. This is playing into their hands so well. Drakthar's move there forces DCG to index towards the top side. They move Hongshu up there, and in the meantime, the real X factor of GAM gets a double kill. How did this even happen? Is it just a Xiaoxi engage gone wrong? It is, just caught out, doesn't estimate the damage, head-butted backwards. Artemis, he's exhausted, but fights through it, and then just walks in, easily able to trade back. The support's gone down, but now Corki just doesn't beat Yunara, especially when the big one is dodged. Artemis cleaning house.
Artemis with the hands. You're right, that was a Xiaoxi engage, and Artemis, GAM, Taki, they were just able to turn it back around. I don't think Xiaoxi was ready for the damage. That 2-item now, Artemis was able to deliver on Yunara, pop that Transcendence, chase Xiaoxi down, and then obviously good work to get that one back. So it was ultimately a 2-for-1, but flash for flash, Artemis dodging that big R coming out of Corki, preventing a significant amount of damage. Just really well played. An excellent tempo play. As we saw, Drakthar bullying DCG on that top side, forcing 3 up there, keeping them around, forcing Hongshu to rotate from mid to respond, allowing GAM to just have that clean 2v2. And the results speak for themselves. They got the better of DCG in a fight that they wanted, in a fight that they pulled that trigger on, and it gets them so much priority. They were 1,000 gold up. They're now 3,500 as Kiaya on the run, Carrix.
Has to find his way out, does it well, just using that speed. This, of course, does give GAM full advantage on the top side as they look a little bit awkward around the Rift Herald's patience bar. They're actually... Okay, no, he's just setting up a ward just to make sure he doesn't get jumped. Fair enough. Drakthar is just going to solo this one down. Artemis in the area means that Relove DCG basically have no options. They're going to go on Kiaya again. Can he backstep? He can. Just going to sit here, eventually decides to flash out of the Cataclysm. I almost feel like he could have just stayed in it. I don't know how big the threat was, but in the end, plays safe. And that's what Kiaya should be doing. Kiaya just doesn't need to be the star here. Just don't die. Just don't give Lauren or Pop9 a lead, and Artemis will do the rest.
Kiaya has played this so well. He managed to draw 2 members of Relove DCG down to that bot side. At first, it was Hongshu and Pop9, and then in the protracted fight, it was Pop9 and it was Florin and Pop9, and then it was Pop9 and Hongshu, both on that bot side trying to get Kiaya. Meanwhile, GAM was taking advantage of that numbers differential and able to secure that Rift Herald, and they put that Rift Herald to excellent use. They cracked open that mid-tier 1, they secured themselves the just gold value there from the turret, and then,
He's fine. He just eats over the wall.
just a recall check. The usual. And then they were able to put down some serious damage on that mid-tier 2 as well. GAM right now have a really good position. They're 4,500 gold up. They're playing together nicely. They're buying priority for the other side of the rift of their team, and they're able to convert that pressure that they're putting on their weak side and drive home that advantage on their strong side. Really smart play here. Good. Oh, Chassis.
They do catch on to Taki, but Artemis in the area. Xiaoxi in so much trouble. Keeper's verdict only knocks away the Alistair. Hongshu in trouble. RS doesn't care about Pop9, recognizes he's just not a real threat. Xiaoxi was cleaned up as well, and GAM have taken full control. Hero's entrance has to be used to escape. Hero's exit.
It wasn't a very heroic exit, but Ares just straight up 2v1'd in that fight. I'm really looking forward to that replay there as 2 kills simultaneously. Xiaoxi getting caught out, Hongshu getting taken down by Ares. GAM is in really good form here right now, Carrix. They are using their tools, their advantages cleanly across the rift. And it's not only they've got the tools and they know how to use them, but they know at what time to use them. They buy themselves yet another free jungle objective, going to 2 Drakes here. As we see Xiaoxi roaming Taki over the wall, catching Xiaoxi out. The flash and exhaust there. Just brilliant. Good keeper's verdict, but on the top side, Ares is 2v1ing. He just goes in on Pop 9 and Hongshu, unafraid. He knows he can take them, and he did.
He knew exactly the amount of damage he could do. He knew he was really strong on this one-item power spike. That Gunblade for Akali is so massive. One item for Azir just isn't the same. It's just not where Hongshu is going to deal with damage. He can't. If the Akali is on his face, he's in trouble. Like, it doesn't really matter what stage of the game it is. And Pop 9 isn't going to change that. This Jarvan is excellent engage. It's excellent peel, but it's not really here for damage. And I said this in draft. That's what I'm worried about. I feel like a lot of the individual pieces of the Relove DCG picks were smart. Galio's a counter to Rumble. That makes sense. Azir is individually strong, particularly with Yone off the table. But I don't feel like they come together very well in a composition. I feel like they're really low damage.
Individually great, as a team the results remain to be seen, Carrix, as Relove DCG find themselves at a 2-5 deficit here, a 5,500 gold. GAM are just invading this topside jungle of Relove DCG. They will not be bullied out. They will take as much as they can find, buying Ares that priority to take down that top tier 1 as well. GAM 3 turrets to Relove DCG's 0. Baron on the rift. Drake number 4 in another 3 minutes. And GAM, they've started the Baron. They want to draw Relove DCG into another fight, Carrix. They're here, they're collapsing, they're forcing the TPs.
And this is so smart. As soon as they see the TP, they just disengage. They go, okay, Hongshu can't join the next fight. It's not going to be up for Dragon now. If Hongshu goes to a side lane, if he goes to that top side, where RS is going to shove it in, RS's TP will be up for Dragon. It's not up right now, but it will be for Dragon. Hongshu's won't. That's all they had to do.
It's just a tempo play. It is smart strategy. They knew that they didn't have to overcommit. They didn't have to lose anybody, but they forced Relove DCG to respond. They've spent their resources and they've slowed them down. They cannot respond to the proactive cross-map play that GAM is just bringing to this table tonight. Artemis ahead in CS, ahead on kills. This is GAM looking in fine form. They're clearing that vision out. They're maybe even posturing around this Baron to try and force Relove to respond again. Just drag them around the map at GAM's happenstance, at GAM's will and command. They're going to get this Scuttle Crab. They're going to get this vision. They've got the numbers here right now, and Kiaya is just doing his job. Kiaya is being that top laner that just stays in his lane. There's a little bit of poke here, though, Carrix.
There is, but it's not really meaningful poke. Just landing onto Drakthar, he really doesn't care. Even if he takes a fair bit more, just goes into the jungle, he hits one camp and he will just heal back up. Xiaoxi still lurking. Now, the one big X factor for DCG is if a massive keeper's verdict comes in, if they turn a 5v5 or a 4v4 into a 4v2, after that keeper's verdict, all the gold lead in the world doesn't matter, particularly if he can find a way to knock Artemis away. That's a hard task, but if he does it, it swings everything in their favor.
Strong keepers' verdicts just change games. You are absolutely correct. I do recall there was another fantastic game earlier this split where a keeper's verdict knocked an Aatrox on top of his own AD, and it was hilarious, but ultimately in hindsight it worked out very, very well, protecting his mid laner, the Orianna, who was able to come in and clean up that fight later. But a good keeper's verdict can change the fight in your team's favor like no other ult can. Even the Bard's tempered fate. I'm getting Keeper's Verdict and Tempered Fate mixed up. It can freeze the game, but it doesn't remove the enemies from that fight. It just buys a little bit of time. So you're right. If they're able to hit that 2, even if it isn't Artemis, even if it's like the likes of Kiaya and Drakthar, remove that front line and expose Artemis, suddenly he's going to be finding himself on that back foot. He's going to have to run for the hills, and it gives Relove DCG all of that time to be able to push back onto them. Kiaya here just keeping...
immediately finding their way onto Feng, having to burn that W just to get out, but then to blow a Xiaoxi up. The equalizer in this corridor is an absolute disaster. Artemis also has a easy way out. They're going to be able to get onto him. They should be able to take him down. No, they can't even do it. It's only Florin left. Artemis! Ares triple kill. GAM gets it all.
Absolute disaster behind the Drake pit. Gardamus. I might as well call it Gardamus at the moment. Yeah, GAM just clean up the fight. They 4-0, nearly a clean ace, and then they take the Drake to boot. They're going to use his priority, start up his Baron, maybe even take that down, while 3 members of DCG still dead. I cannot wait to go back to this replay here, characters. Artemis did so much damage, more than double the damage of Corky there. They get the Baron too. GAM are sitting pretty. They look ready to win this game. As Taki, with this initial engage, just goes in, able to get onto Feng. Unfortunately, Feng able to sort of space it out, but Kiaya comes in with that equalizer over the back. Artemis, they should have got Artemis here, I think. Artemis did flash that wall and was able to buy himself that time and space, and GAM get down, Mr. President. They were able to collapse, put their bodies on the line, and Artemis was getting some healing there as he was just wailing on that Galio of Florins. It just felt like it was one more auto and it would have ended Artemis, but we keep talking about Artemis. Ares was the one who finished them all off. Ares was the one who got the triple kill in that team fight. And it just broke this game wide open. Nearly a 10k gold difference. Taki just unafraid.
And this is sort of what we've been talking about as Pop 9 and Drakthar have a bit of a scrap. It will just be another engage. A 5th kill for Artemis. A huge Templar's Verdict does actually get the shutdown. A bit of a fight from a DCG, but it might be too little too late. And what I want to get to is this is what we were talking about. They just didn't pick enough damage. 3 of them are on top of Artemis in that fight behind the Dragon Pit, and he lives. If he, wouldn't have even really mattered if he died in that last part of the play. Obviously he doesn't, that's great. But even if he had gone down, it was too late. And that means you have so little damage and you have to put all of it into Artemis to have a hope of killing him. So who's killing Ares?
Definitely not Hong Shu.
You don't have enough for both the health bars.
Yeah, definitely not Hong Shu at the moment.
Kiaya
putting... This Baron empowered GAM is really driving home their advantage. Even losing Artemis on that top side, I fully think they're expecting it great. So, just really good steadfast presence there as we go back to this fight. So it's 3v4 here, and GAM take this fight. They take out Pop 9. Excellent keeper's verdict to remove that protection, remove that front line to get straight onto Artemis. But frankly, I think GAM were expecting it. I think they were A-okay with that because they still had... They'd drawn so much of Relove DCG to that top side that it had left Kiaya on the bot side to just push freely, to be able to 1v1 into Florin when he did finally respond. And Carrick's right now, they're looking at a nearly 2,000 gold Baron power play and over 10k gold diff at 29 minutes, Carrick's. I'm trying to think of ways for Relove DCG to come back into this one.
Divine intervention. That's the best way for me to think about it. It has to be a miracle, and it has to be multiple of them. We did see in that fight sort of what the script is, it's land a Templar's Verdict onto 2 or 3. One's just like not enough. You knock Taki out of a fight after the headbutt pulverize. That's just not enough. Even if you knock Drakthar out, that's better, but still not going to be enough. It has to be 2 or 3 of them, and you have to have the path to Artemis open. And then, on top of that, you have to have someone to lock up RS.
RS has to be controlled. I feel like it has to be Florin with a taunt to prevent RS roaming freely in these fights. And it's kind of a statement on this position that we're in. DCG need to find that verdict to be able to turn a fight into at minimum a 4v5 to actually be able to win it. I dare say it's not enough to remove one of the frontliners. You have to remove Artemis and then they can collapse onto Ares. But if they're going to remove frontline, there has to be 2 so they can't be stopped to get onto the back of Artemis, but they're still going to be running into Ares and Artemis, which is just such a tall ask for them. You know, you've got the tanky Alistar, you've got the AP threat Kiaya, or a pick here, Carrix.
They can't even kill the Alistar. Doesn't even pop his ult. He knows he's fine. Kiaya does have to flash away. They're going to try and get in on to the Rumble. Drakthar was knocked away. There's a decent start to the fight here, but it's all going on to Taki. Has that unbreakable will, takes a long time to shut down. And now Artemis knows it's go time, baby! As RS takes down one, Drakthar gets another, and DCG are cleaned off Summoner's Rift.
I really like that engage, and I look forward to that replay of that one. Taki was caught out of position a little bit, but Relove DCG just didn't have the damage to punish him despite the numbers advantage. We do have a TP here from Kiaya. This looks to be the end, Carrix.
That it does. It will be GAM picking up more kills. Feng going down. Artemis padding the stack 7-1. And this is why I put so much focus on Artemis as GAM clean it up. Can he get an 8? Can't quite do it. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. What matters is that he will get a Nexus. GAM 1-0, and they only lose to Vietnamese teams.
So far, that statement remains true. They look in a commanding position throughout in this game 1 between Relove DCG and GAM Esports. I really liked that sort of second to last fight. Taki was caught out and then went back in, got a 3-man knock-up, and Artemis was just left to free fire over the terrain with vision. And then once Relove DCG started to retreat, once GAM had applied their numbers advantage, Artemis rushing forward to close that fight out, buying themselves that serious advantage, that tempo gain. They shoved it down mid and were able to close out this game here. This was just GAM in form again, Carrix, and Relove DCG are the ones left to go back to that locker room and come up with the answers here for game 2. They're going to need a mental reset. They're going to need to find an answer to Artemis.
And I mean, who was asking the questions in this one? Yeah. He got ahead early, he stayed ahead and only accelerated. His damage graph looks like the gold graph. It was the Artemis show, he put it on, and this is what I was trying to set up in the early game when we were in the pre-game when we were getting into it. This is not so much a battle of Feng versus Artemis, it's a battle of Hongshu versus Artemis, in my opinion. We need to see the mid laner for Relove DCG come more into game, because frankly, the Azir just didn't do enough. RS also had a fantastic game, shouts out to him, of course. But it's carry versus carry from different lanes, in my opinion, this series. Game 2, I need to see them play more into Hongshu. I need to see them get comfort. If they can force a Yone, that'd be amazing. But you also have to gank Artemis. You should be living in his lane.
They've shown that that is how you can beat them. You live in Artemis's lane. You keep Artemis down. You have to numbers advantage into Artemis. But Taki was always there. He was ready to set Artemis up for success. He was ready to set GAM up for success. Excellent engages, excellent frontlining. Just bullied anyone from Relove DCG away from his AD. He was such just an in-your-face presence. Even the few times they were able to get onto the backline of Artemis, he still only died once this entire game, Carrix. He was nigh on unkillable. GAM just collapsed on him. GAM just protected him here. And Taki, the MVP, the boss of that protection racket.
For sure. Just a really fantastic performance from GAM. Little bit worried about them last week after they got, frankly, handled by Team Secret Wales. Was worried about how they'd go in this game. But Game 1 has given me so much confidence for them. That said, yesterday, we watched CFO absolutely hand it to GZ in Game 1. But GZ walked away with the series, so who knows what could happen in Game 2.
Carrix, I'm really looking forward to this game too. It's a fantastic best of 3 series we have on our hands here tonight between GAM Esports and Deep Cross Gaming. I really think that their game plan needs to be bully Artemis out of this game. And hopefully we'll get to see that very, very soon. I do love that we get to these insights into the coach rooms, into the break rooms, where these coaches are resetting the mentals of their players. They're coming up with these strategies. They're identifying where they went a little bit wrong or some weaknesses and how they can fix or improve that for that next game, Carrix.
And there is a fair bit to improve, because I don't know where everything went wrong. I do think the draft from Relove DCG wasn't what we want to see. It didn't make a huge amount of sense. I think it was super low damage. It was super disjointed, in my opinion. Galio top just isn't it, in my opinion. We need to find another way to get Flower involved in the game to really get Hongshu going. But we'll just have to wait and see it. See what they come up with for Game 2, because I fully believe we're seeing all 3.
I cannot wait to get to this 3rd game. I fully expect the bounce back in Game 2, but stick around because we're going to go to break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this, Carrix.
Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic, delicious. A fancy Caesar salad, a sweet Darjeeling tea, a vegan matcha latte, and a hot French creme brulee. I like you crunch, I like you soft. I like it when you're freshly served. For me, for me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so big, delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so big, delicious. My mama's borscht and sырniki, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunch, I like you soft. I like it when you're freshly served. For me, for me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so big, delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic, delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fast. And can you imagine, tell of a dragon? You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that. Straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now, this a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time.
And we are back for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between Relove, DCG, and GAM Esports. Carrix, I love the LCP. It delivers time and time again. Banger after banger. Last weekend, we had a game that we called the Series of the Split, and I reckon we had another one yesterday, but I reckon this one stands a chance as well. GAM currently in third place, Relove, DCG currently in second, and game 1, that was a bit spicy, Carrix, but game 2, I expect to bounce back.
I totally agree. I don't think Relove DCG are going to take that one lying down. I think you can fix the draft. You can fix the issues that happened in the early game. You cannot give Artemis quite so many kills. We do see Relove DCG have gone over to the first pick in game 2. What do you think of that? That's normally what we see in a game 3.
I think they really want to try and get that best pick for themselves. Like we were hypothesizing at the end of game 1, they really want to get one of their players on comfort. You know, you give, I want to say, Hongshu that Yone. This could be the way in if it's not banned away. Potentially, as unlikely as it is, maybe try and get that Oriana if GAM let it through, which again, though, unlikely. So it is interesting they've gone for that first pick. I hope that their strategy pays off for them, because I do want to see a really close, a really competitive 3 series from these teams. And we just know Relove DCG is more than capable of it. They've got the hands, Carrix.
They certainly do. I'm so excited to see how we get onto the Rift, how Relove DCG fight back, and if GAM can contain them. I need to see Hongshu getting involved. I need to see a lot from him because he has been such a star for DCG. Can he take it to Eris? Or will this be a GAM sweep? Malphite, Orianna, the first one's removed. Hardly a surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying if Orianna is able to make it through, but it was like a 0.01% if, as it is the first ban to come out of GAM, and likewise responded to by Relove DCG with that Malphite ban. And Bessa will be banned away again. I would expect maybe a Nocturne. I would expect maybe a Nico. Definitely that jungle Jace, who will be getting slight detuning in the upcoming 26.3 when the tournament realm does get onto it. But right now they are still on 26.2. And right now that Jace is a threat unto himself. Those accelerated shock blasts delivering miniature just missiles that are unavoidable. And there it is, the Nico ban Carrix that was fully expected here. But will GAM be the ones to ban Nocturne, or will they get Yone?
I think Yone. Gotta go. Yep, Yone. Yep. Nocturne, look, there's history with the VCS. I understand it, but once the Orianna's gone, I actually just don't feel like Nocturne's worth the ban. That's just my opinion. But Rise getting through, that's why we take first pick.
Yeah, Rise has proven to be an absolute powerhouse here. Ares has played it 4 times, though, for GAM with a 100% win rate into Hongshu's 2 times with a 100% win rate. So Ares knows how to play Rise, knows how to play around Rise, but the same can be said for Hongshu. So this mid lane matchup is going to be interesting. But even if Hongshu falls behind Ares, he's still going to be able to play for his team. He's still going to be able to turn fights into unfair advantages, as it looks like GAM have read this and picked themselves up another sort of global here with Pantheon in the jungle for Drakthar, that proactive jungler who can move around the map faster than the speed of light, Carrix.
Pantheon to Leah. Whenever Flowering wants to make plays around the bot side, wants to link up with Pop 9, there's always the threat of Ares and Drakthar doing exactly the same. Pop 9 going to the Kiana as well. Well, I'm certainly not worried about damage this game, Logan. Look at these first 3.
That is some serious damage coming out. The Kiana just able to one-shot, essentially assassinate if they get onto the right target. The poke Varus, assuming, can chip away 40-50% of an AD's health pool, and Rise at 3 items is just such a powerhouse. All 3 of these need to be respected. Is definitely not a low damage comp coming out of them, but GAM responding with their dual globals as well, able to respect that Rise global, respond to that threat that it's able to present. This is going to be cross-map warfare, Carrix. If we see a Realm Warp come down, we can literally expect to see that Weaver's Wall, that Starfall from Pantheon as well. But Artemis has Sivir, the double penta-killing Sivir Artemis. You got to be scared right now.
You do, and it's a really good pick into what DCG is showing. If he can get a really key spell shield, take out maybe a Kiana stun, or most importantly, the Chains of Corruption from Varus, can keep himself super, super safe. You don't have a long window to kill a Sivir. You have to make those first 2 or 3 spells count, because after that, it is going to be Pantheon jumping in. It is going to be the rest of the team coming to the rescue. As Cassante Bard removed so far in this second round of bans.
Obviously, they're banning that one away. They don't want those Tempered Fates to lock them down to be able to escape what GAM can set up around them in the time that that Bard would be able to buy. I really do like that choice. Generally, banning away a Bard is a good choice. The mobility he can bring to bear on that Summoner's Rift, it may as well be, an unfair fight every fight, because that Bard can get there so much quicker generally than almost any other support. But GAM, they themselves, they've got the Cassante ban, they've got that Gwen ban, they're targeting that top side of Florin. They really want to chip away at this resilient top laner that Relove DCG has got for themselves. The only sort of more often than not played pick left for Florin right now is that Renekton, because Ambessa is gone, Rumble, Gwen, Cassante is gone. So unless he goes on Aurora, I would fully expect a Renekton to be coming through here for Florin.
Very possible. I think Renekton does make a lot of sense, particularly if they force him to pick blind, which they're going, oh no, never mind, Kiara's just going to steal it away. I actually really liked the Renata pick. I thought you could sort of just slam that, but there is no reason to commit to it yet. Just go the Renekton, see what Florin can really do. It might just have to be something like this Sion that just wants to go even with the craft.
I do like that. Using your counter picks as effective bans against your opposition as well to really, really attack that champion pool. We were talking about Florin. Florin has played 6 champs so far this split. He hasn't yet played the Scion. So this is his first game here in the LCP on this Scion. So I'm kind of excited to see what he can do with it, what he can bring to bear. Obviously that Scion ult, he's able to get across the map quite quickly as well. So I don't think these fights are going to be unfair for too long if either side pull those global triggers. As Relove DCG looking to get some kind of frontline engage for their bot side here. The Leona was hovered, but the Rel, I would argue, is stronger right now with that Magnetic Storm as well. Magnet Storm.
Rel makes a lot of sense. I think they did need another source of engage. Obviously Leona does that as well, but without sort of one single person you want to solo out that's not Sivir, because Sivir can spell shield the Leona ult so easily. Rel makes a lot of sense. Even if she spell shields the crash down, she probably won't be able to spell shield the Lance after. And Lee Sin, the lock-in, that's a Lee Sin mid? Top?
Surely not. No, it's the graphics. They're updating it.
No, but like, I'm just trying to...
Yeah.
it's Pantheon support. It's Pantheon being moved to support. It's Lee Sin jungle. That's what it is. That's why I was confused. I was like, where the hell is Pantheon going? He's going support.
I like this change up. Is MVK here? Because GAM is cooking.
Well,
They're
this is
taking
Taki.
some notes.
Like, this is
Yeah.
Taki. Like, this is his whole thing. Again, I've watched him play Silas support more than once. This guy plays everything.
Yeah, I don't think you want to engage into a Pantheon, and Pantheon himself is typically sort of the engaged support here, so it's going to be... I like the answer. I like that GAM put that out there, and I'll be frank, I don't think Relove DCG read the play there. I think they thought what we did and that it was going into that jungle, but then they pulled a quick one on us and there's suddenly that Lee Sin in the jungle for Drakthar. I'm looking forward to seeing him on this. He has played it once, but he does have a 100% win rate on this as well. So, you know, it could be quite interesting, but the game is here. They are ready. Florin, Pop9, Hongshu, Fang, Xiaoxi, ready to bring their best to bear for Relove DCG. GAM Esports likewise. Kiaya, Drakthar, Ares, Artemis, and Taki. They are ready, Carrix, as we hit Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between Relove DCG and GAM Esports.
So keen for this one. Taki pulling the switcheroo at the last second. I love that they just had that flexibility in the back pocket, ready to go. That said, Drakthar, his Lee Sin last week didn't impress me a huge amount. Need to see a better performance out of him.
It was definitely, dare I say, an average to good, but not great Lee Sin. And typically Lee Sin is kind of that playmaking jungler, able to Dragon's Rage people out of position, put them under turrets, remove them from their teams, and give that advantage back to yours. As we do just see those mid laners poking away, Ares getting a small early push in, but nothing will come from this. As we do take a look at the junglers, Drakthar starting in his top side, but Pop9 starting in their bot side. It'll be interesting to see who wants to get proactive first, who wants to gank first. I think we might see Pop9 just show face to scare GAM away a little bit, as it looks like they have bought a little bit of early priority.
I think with this trade in particular, with Xiaoxi getting chunked so low, a flash there having to be used. Oh no, never mind, it was just the heal. I misread the animation, my mistake. Just the heal coming out. Pop9 is going to have to show face, but GAM know this. They're sitting so far back, they're just taking an early reset. how is this going to play out? Does Pop9 know this? Pop9 will now be spotted. They'll see him leaving as well. GAM, they stay. They know that Pop9's not coming in super early. Is now Kiaya in some trouble. Has that Conqueror. Should have a Culver Meek. Oh, Lauren lives on a sliver.
That healing potion did God's work for that Scion there.
Taki engaged on, but Xiaoxi might have overestimated the damage as now he's in a bit of trouble. One more auto attack will do it. Artemis will get it, but it should be two going back the other way as Feng and Pop9 link up, clean up. DCG win out on the play.
And I do love that we went to the DCG Feng sign just as Feng is able to get one of those kills back over. So already this is a fast game. Already there is more blood being spilled across the rift. DCG find themselves at a slight advantage. 2 kills to GAM's 1 right now. Drakthar just a little bit slower to get to that bot side. Pop9, having sort of been seen in the mid, was able to rotate a bit quicker to respond to that aggressive flash forward from Xiaoxi to kick that fight off on the bot side. We see a TP being committed, Carrix, but it's not going to lead to much.
This is just a bit of a scuffle over the crab. Drakthar punishing the bot side play by getting the double crab for himself. A bit of a consolation prize. An aggressive TP by RS just showing that, no, you will not be able to aggress on my jungler. We will have the number advantage. Taki might be a little bit annoyed, trying to just move in, try and steal a grop. Can't quite do it, but a stun lands, and Pop9 has to flash. Kiana without a flash, not really able to do much, and as good as the bot play was, it's leading to huge losses for Pop9.
Yeah, this is a really good team up here from Taki and Drakthar, just bullying Pop9 out of their top side jungle, forcing him to go bot side. But now Xiaoxi in kind is linking up with Pop9 to help have that presence, help have that response just in case they get invaded. But we see both ADs on their bot side. They haven't moved anywhere. They're not roaming. They're not about to get involved in this jungle trading. Xiaoxi on the wrong side of the rift right now, but nothing's going to come of this one either. Just getting back to his lane, just having that presence as we return to some state of normalcy here, Carrix. This is already far more exciting than that first game, and I'm loving it. It's pretty good. We see them coming together already to kind of deep invade the bot side jungle of GAM. They want to get these wards down. They want to counter steal this blue buff.
They are able to equalize out the buff stealing. Pop9 catching up a little bit, but you can still see he is pretty significantly down in farm. The kill, of course, helping out the gold. But GAM still in this one. It's so interesting how that good play on the bot side can lead to that loss of priority, can lead to so much, as Pop9 is going to start up the dragon. They have no vision on him at the moment, and there's so much priority in the bot lane. I think GAM won't be able to do much about this one, particularly not with a Realm Warp being threatened. But Pop9 he's just gonna get this one up.
Interesting decision there. I feel like DCG could have definitely applied their priority. They had bot priority, they had mid priority. If they'd collapsed there, they could have got that Drake, in my opinion, Carrick. So an interesting decision. We'll see how it plays out. One of the things that I do like about Pop9, he's currently sitting kind of generally 3rd overall for junglers, but he is the 2nd highest in average kills. So he is very, very active, loves to get those kills in these games here. And Kiana is definitely one of the champions that will succeed when he does decide to pull that trigger. We already see it, having that 1 kill early here in the game, that small bit of acceleration, that gold in the pocket, able to buy that lethality item, a couple of swords in the boots, just to get around the rift a little bit quicker.
It is good to see. These are 2 players we haven't talked about much this game. Hongshu and RS, both with those semi-globals, both able to join fights. Good smite there by Pop9 to secure his chickens. But still a big CS lead. Drakthar keeping this gold in the jungle even, purely through rotation and farm timings. He's got a whole top side to go and collect as well.
I like this change up from GAM, right? This is a different strategy coming out of GAM here in this game too, as they have put priority onto this Drake. Relove DCG is in the area. They could potentially contest this. Artemis nowhere to be found right now. DCG have the numbers, Carrix.
They do, but a Talia can come in. Pop 9's there. Chains of Corruption goes wide. Draktar's on top of the dragon. Who'll be the one to get it? No! Virus will steal it away. Taki, the only one to go down as well so far. RS on the wrong side of the wall. So much of a disaster. They managed to get one. Artemis flashing forward onto Feng, but GAM lose everything.
Carrix, I'm really confused by that fight. I mean, it feels like maybe a miscommunication occurred there. It feels like half of GAM said yes, the other half of GAM said no, but all of Relove DCG said yes, 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 and they collapsed as a team in sync and were just able to punish GAM so hard there. What was a 2-for-1 lead, DCG have now blown it up to 5-for-2. DCG bring the numbers. They've got 4 versus 3 here. Taki goes in and is basically taken out of the fight immediately. Feng able to secure that one. That supreme display of talent, having a massive area of impact, zoning them away, and Artemis not able to bring his damage to bear effectively here. DCG had the run of that fight. I want to say it was confusing because DCG had that priority on the bot side. They responded first. And Artemis just, I feel like, was stuck in his lane a little too long. It feels like GAM were never going to be able to bring the numbers to bear, even with Talia's Weaver Wall. But they stayed around and fought. Obviously now they want to contest these grubs. They have to get something back. So Kiaya, using his priority, able to roam down and help Draktar secure those. So at least they get a little something back.
Dude. Fight back, as you said, but 2,000 gold down at 9 minutes is not where GAM wanted to be. They haven't been reading the plays. They haven't been really working together in the fights. The Talia in particular, the wall just super ineffective in that one. But Artemis is still fairly strong. Not as strong as Feng, not 3-0. But this Sivir is still going to become a problem.
Yeah, Sivir early is, as we know, not the most powerful AD. Definitely not the weakest, but not the most powerful. Definitely good at wave clearing. But as Artemis is played around, as Artemis is unlocked, if GAM are able to manage that, then I would expect some advantage to come through. But this looks dangerous, Carrix.
They could be in trouble. In fact, they certainly are. Artemis gets beheaded. Taki follows him down, and Relove DCG are dominating game 2.
This is what they needed to do. This is what we wanted to see. We needed to see them get on top of Artemis. A 4v2 in that bot side. No one else from GAM was anywhere around. It was always going to go the way of Relove DCG there, and that turret threat juggled nicely from Xiaoxi as we see that Talia's Weaver Wall go down, but I think it was maybe just to get away from Pop 9 coming close there, Carrix. That's my read of that one.
It was a defensive Weaver's Wall, and that's not what you want to be seeing. We always want to be seeing the Weaver's Wall being used aggressively. In that situation, just scared of Pop 9. I don't blame him. That's a 4-0 Kiana. If that Kiana comes anywhere near the Talia, she doesn't survive. She gets global.
That is absolutely lights out for Ares there. Right now, we do have those item completions coming through. The Eclipse for Kiaya. We see Feng does have a completed item there and does have the Swiftfoot boots as well. So has all kinds of advantages over Artemis down here on that bot side and is happily, Carrix, going that poke build that we fully expected out of this virus here tonight.
I'm struggling to figure out exactly what to say because at the moment it just seems so good for Relove DCG. I'm trying to figure out how GAM get back into this one. Draktar is around the bot side. If they can find an engage onto the virus with the Pantheon, maybe you get something done. Moving back, has the ult, will throw it down the spear. They go in onto Feng, but it's a perfect Magnet Storm from Xiaoxi. Puts paid to the play, Chains of Corruption onto Draktar. Now they're on the run, and Pop 9 is closing in. A fantastic Remount from Xiao Si turns it around. Taki now under fire, should be going down. And I think we're just going to get a dive onto Artemis. Oh my word, game 3 is already penciled in.
Yeah, Relove DCG responded so fantastically. Artemis trying to recall to get out of there, but it's not going to save him. The early spell shield helps, but 3v1 Carrix, he was always going to die there. That was just a matter of when.
Logan.
Yeah.
Why does this keep happening? Why do we have these game 1s and then the teams look completely different game 2? How does it keep? What are they putting in the water at the LCP? And whatever it is, can I have some? Because it's great. I love it.
But I want the water that lets me have that phenomenal game 1. I don't want the water that lets me have, if I'm still that same person, that lackluster game 2.
No, you have to have both. The highs and the lows of the LCP, Logan.
And we love it. It just makes for such an entertaining watch. It makes for such a fun cast, Carrix. We do see vision control being fought over here on the Drake. It is on the Rift. And 2 minutes before the Rift Herald, as we go back to this bot side engage, it's a good start coming out of GAM, but Taki is left a little too deep, a little too long on his own. And that chains of corruption out of Fang, he read that play like it's happened to him a million times. Maximum distance, just able to get so much damage down on the Drakthar punishing. And that Xiao Si re-engage onto Drakthar, it was superb. It was clean. They could have left that as a 2v3 victory, but no, they knew they had more. As in live, Relove DCG, they get the Drake.
Kiaya interrupts the teleport. Artemis has gone down. No, was that during the play, or did Artemis go down again? That was during the play. My mistake. A little bit interesting there, the way that played out. But the big thing there that I think we need to shout out is Xiao Si interrupted the Pantheon W with a Magnet Storm. That's really, really tight timing. So fantastic work by him. I think if that Pantheon W lands, they might one-shot Fang. And then that fight goes incredibly different.
Yeah, if they're able to run it back and try that again, and that timing doesn't work out, then definitely Fang would be under some serious threat. But as we saw, Florin used that Scion ult to interrupt Kiaya's TP. So the TP is down for Kiaya, but he was able to get 0 value out of that one. So that was a really smart heads up play coming out of Florin as well, because Kiaya did try to do that recall on Vision, and it prevented him from roaming the map. It prevented him from trying to turn a fight into GAM's number advantage here. As we do see Relove DCG, they are now in a commanding position, Carrix. They're moving confidently. They're deep in the enemy jungle. They have a 4.5k gold lead, both Drakes. So really, it's Relove DCG playmaking. It's Relove DCG getting these picks, taking these fights, forcing GAM.
They have to use the Weaver's Wall, but the supreme display of talent wins out, and they're just winning everywhere. There's nothing GAM can do. There is nothing GAM can do in this game.
At least not right now. Definitely not right now. I mean, that supreme display of talent, I really feel like he knew exactly what Ares was going to do. He was going to weave a wall. As we see it go.
Going in onto Feng, a stun is there. They found the one thing they can do. It is take down Feng. Taki claiming a big shutdown. If they can get more here, if they could have caught onto Pop 9, they could have maybe got a bit more done, but they use so many resources, and all they really get is just the Varus and maybe this Rift Herald, but I don't think DCG are going to let them.
I don't think DCG can let them. I mean, GAM, he spent 4 ultimates just to get Fang, whereas Relove DCG, they still have 3 of their own. So it looks like GAM retreating.
Immediate engage, the Rune Prison, the Magnet Storm, Drakthar taken down, in comes Scion, lands the ult onto Kiaya, stunned for so long, and knock up onto Artemis. Oh, it's such a disaster, a Realm Warp there to make sure even Taki can't get away. And they start the fight by killing Feng, and they end it by being killed.
Yeah, really great turnaround from Relove DCG as we see Kiaya, on that top side, nearly got away with the recall. Xiao Si doing everything he can to keep him around.
Kiaya don't have a stun. He's out.
Yeah, just he used that the stun to kind of initially lock Kiaya down. Kiaya was able to dodge it away, knew that stun was gone, and TP'd to safety. So well done to just live there, quite frankly, Kiaya. But this is the exact same thing that happened last night. One team absolutely stomps game one, then the other team stomps game two. I just hope that game three is a repeat where it's so close up until the last 5 minutes. As we see this fight again, GAM started the Rift Herald. Hongshu, excellent rune prison onto Drakthar, locking him down, and Relove DCG just kill him immediately out of the fight. No jungler for you. And then Florin getting that stun on Artemis, locking him down. It was just easy peasy. How do you answer that, Carrix?
You don't, frankly. You don't pick up the phone call, and unfortunately, even when they leave a message, it's going to be a pretty threatening one. And the question has to be asked here: why did we put Pantheon bot lane?
I feel like the Pantheon initially was picked for the global response or global proactivity. It's still got great utility. It's got the stun, it's got the Aegis to be able to prevent that damage coming back.
Why did we put it as support? Like, what has the Lee Sin done? I like the Pantheon pick. I just think it should be in the jungle.
I mean, when you phrase it like that, yeah, sure. But right now, they're just getting dominated. Drakthar on that Lee Sin 1 and 3 into a godlike Pop 9 in that jungle of 8 and 0. Pop 9 has just been an absolute menace. He is putting up a case for player of the match here tonight with this Kiana performance. I mean, dare I say it, SOFM, take notes. This is how you play Kiana.
Certainly one to watch. Pop 9, excellent everywhere on the map so far, always leading these plays as the third Drake claim for DCG, 5 minutes away from that soul, a very, very early one for them. They do not want to waste time. They want to secure their win condition, walk it down mid, and go straight to game number 3. And I am so excited for that one, because if anything has taught me, you have a stomp game 1, you have a stomp game 2, you get a banger game 3.
It's the LCP, Carrix. What more can I say? We just deliver every single time. I can hear the hype in my head right now of all of the crowds, of all of the players watching going, yes, these games are the best. As we do see some interesting stats here, I want to point out, Kiaya is currently 0, 0, and 0. So I feel like if GAM are able to 5-stack, if GAM are able to bring the whole team together, that they might be able to find something. If Kiaya can zone Pop 9 away, prevent him from getting onto that back line, and Drakthar and Taki frontline for Ares and Artemis, they might have a shot. I think a pick will really help them, but Relove DCG are the ones getting the picks. They're the ones invading the jungles, and they've just dropped this Rift Herald, Carrix. They're looking to pressure this top side, something phenomenal.
Chelsea moving in straight on to Taki, Chains of Corruption, locking him down for even longer. Will manage to limp away. Not the best engaged there by Xiaoxi, but it doesn't need to be perfect. It still is going to get them this tower. It's going to get them pressure in mid, and DCG are going to continue this march down to the Nexus.
Carrix, even if they weren't able to kill Taki, they took Taki so low that he is absolutely out of that fight, buying themselves a 5v4 advantage. Even for 30 seconds is still a win. Yes, the Magnet Storms is on cooldown, but right now, they just wanted to press home that advantage. They just wanted to chip away at that top side turret. They want to show GAM that we're here, we'll fight you, we have the tools and equipment that we need to win. Right now, it's up to GAM to find these answers. Artemis, unfortunately, finding himself one full item down on Feng, who's just completed his third. He also has that Edge of Night for that extra level of protection. We see Kiaya flash to make sure he's not locked down from Hongshu. That's a disaster. He just saw Hongshu and flashed away.
he knows that if Hongshu is stepping up like that, it means Pop 9 has to be close. And if your Renekton is just having to flash away like that, I think we all know what that means. It's so... I don't really know the scenario here for GAM. It has to be mistakes from Relove DCG. Feng has that Edge of Night, is very hard. The flash W instantly isn't going to be there. The W kick flash isn't really going to work from Drakthar either. I don't know how you kill Feng. This is going to be GAM's best chance. You might just have to chance it at the Baron and come what may.
I love that phrasing.
Oh boy, come what may. Supreme display of talent off a double stun. To Eris just closes it off, says, Taki, don't look. There's no one over there. Don't look, my son. As some are wiped out, Baron will be claimed, and my word, this is one-sided.
That was a phenomenal engage out of Pop 9, out of the darkness, over the wall, just locking GAM down and out of that fight, that defensive Weaver's Wall to keep DCG away from Taki and Ares. Pop 9, you superstar, no vision, saw Drakthar Q, goes in, gets the Supreme onto 2 here, and GAM just cleaned up immediately. It's 5v3 right there. The other two, Ares and Taki, unable to even join the fight. And frankly, even if they did, I don't think they would have changed that outcome. I think it would have been even worse for them. So Relove DCG, pull the trigger, win the team fight, get themselves that Baron, recall, and now they're back on the Rift. And these damage charts, Carrix, my oh my, the jungler doing more than the AD of GAM.
At least Varus is gone now. Pantheon will move in, but already Drakthar has been one-shot. Can GAM find anything in this fight? The answer is no. Maybe they can find a swift end and a restful time as they just lose another fight. They watch the grey screens. I mean, this is a bit of a formality at this point. I think both teams know the score. GAM is just going to keep trying to engage. They can't do anything else. You've got a 5% chance to win the fight, so just keep rolling the dice. Maybe it comes up 20. Like, that's your best option at this stage. It's not a good option, but it is actually GAM's best. They're going to keep throwing themselves at the wall, because maybe you break through.
Potentially a crack could reveal itself. Pop 9 down there, gonna grab that 4th Drake of the game and that soul for Relove DCG. Already a 5,500 gold Baron power play. I think that just might be the biggest Baron power play we've seen so far. Xiaoxi walks in, but Drakthar caught out on the side. Pop 9 and Florin comboing to take him out of the fight, and they have secured themselves that early numbers advantage. Pop 9 is just able to roam freely in the backline, pressure Ares away, not let him into that fight, and Relove DCG, they're just pressuring, pushing every single advantage they have. They have massive got carrots.
Catch Pop 9, it does get the sprint play of talent, but a shutdown is there. Potentially the smallest of cracks in a very, very solid wall, as Artemis does get a lot of gold. And Kiaya meets Hongshu. What do you reckon?
I think Hongshu definitely liked that matchup a lot more than Kiaya. That Hex Soul doing work, slowing Kiaya down just enough. The Rune Prison locking him down, and the damage that Actualizer turned on Hongshu just blasted Kiaya into the next game. This is one that I think GAM are going to look at and go, maybe we shouldn't have put that Pantheon in that bot side. Maybe it definitely should have been that jungler. And we picked up some different support here. Maybe a Nami, because Relove DCG are just engage. And Nami is pretty good at preventing that sort of thing. Just throw that tidal wave out there. Buy that space, buy that time for you to re-engage on your terms. As that Baron power play, that was over 4,000 gold by the end there, Carrix. Relove, they've got to be loving the position they're in. They're even up on levels in every single role except AD right now.
It's a very impressive performance from Relove DCG. This is a bit more what I expected from them in Game 1. Not to dominate quite this hard, but I certainly did see them as a stronger team coming into this series. Game 1 was a huge performance out of GAM, and I'm hoping we can see the best version of both of these teams in Game 3. Good news for GAM. Virus will not be available. Kiana and Rise also going to be fearless. The way Kiaya, he's gone for the deep TP. They're going to go for the last chance saloon, but he was on a ward. They knew, they lock him up. They claim a croc. They lose nothing for it. In goes the Scion. The realms are warped. No one actually goes with it. They don't need to because they catch Eris on the other side. Taki will go down to top 9. And this should be the final act in a very, very violent play, Logan. As Drakthar, he shows that he does know how to play Lee Sin, but it's too little too late. That is going to be a Nexus claim. That is going to be Relove DCG, tying up our series 1-1.
Fantastic bounce back from Relove DCG. They saw what GAM could do in Game 1 and they said, we can do it better. And they, dare I say it, Carrick's styled on GAM here tonight. A convincing 27-5 win. There was over a 20,000 gold difference by the end of that game. It just looked like DCG had GAM's number from the get-go. There was a little bit of proactivity early in the game, but like we called out, like we've seen before, if you can shut Artemis down, you can win these games. If you can overload those lanes, if you can bully him down and out and put him so far behind he can't catch back up, you win. And that's what Relove DCG did, and they did it well. They got him down, they got him out, and then they just converted that lead across the rest of the Rift. And the damage does not tell a lie here, Carricks.
So why'd we need to pick that Lee Sin? Really, guys, I don't really understand that flex there, but I don't think that was really what was at issue. It really was just an amazing performance by Relove DCG. They absolutely overperformed. They took GAM to task, and there's barely any analysis to do because it's just everything went right for DCG. Everything went wrong for GAM. Let's see what happens in Game 3.
I'm so keen to get to this Game 3, but the analysis must happen regardless. Feng, I know we go straight to that replay where he misses a Chains of Corruption, but he barely missed any, and the ones he did hit were crucial. He saved himself with them. He locked down GAM and bought himself that time to space. He got those roots down, preventing their go forward. Hong Shu was able to respond so well with these realm warps and just turn these fights back in the favor of Relove DCG. And even when Relove DCG was down in numbers, they were still winning these fights, even from the early get-go here, Carricks. This Pantheon, it doesn't feel like it was that chaos. It doesn't feel like it was that X-Factor energy that GAM needed to take this one home, because it was dive after dive.
That it was. It was pressure after pressure. It was crack after crack being founded for Relove DCG, constantly just able to exploit every move that GAM made. I don't think a single play really went right for GAM this game, which does potentially make it a little bit easier to brush off. If this was a really close game that ended up in a blowout, GAM can get in their own heads. It's pretty easy to say to yourself, let's just not do that again.
Yeah, and I mean, it can't happen again, right? Pop 9 on that Kiana, showing just how dangerous she really can be. Getting those engages blind over the wall, getting multi-man supreme displays of talent, just slowing GAM down, taking them out of the fight, setting Relove DCG up for success. And Florin on this Scion, we hadn't seen him on it yet, but he was so effective. He frontlined, even here in this fight, he held 3 GAM at bay, which allowed Relove DCG to turn onto that deep TP of Kiaya and win that matchup 4v1. The frontlining coming out of Florin was impressive. He bought time, he bought space, he was damn near unkillable as well.
Yeah, I mean, so many things for DCG that we could praise, but again, the real question is game 3. What do we want to see in the draft? And are there any champions that are really jumping out of you that are still available and still could come in and to make the difference in our deciding game?
Excellent question. And when you say could, how slim are these chances? Because Nocturne Oriana is still a combo that exists, that has not been fearless. So if they're able to pull it off, they could get it. I still think it is so important for GAM, though, to not let Hongshu have Yone. If they want to win game 3, Hongshu cannot have Yone. That's their answer. That's what they've got to stop, Carrix.
I totally agree. I don't think we can let him have that comfort pick that he's been so explosive on recently. Oriana probably also has to just stay on the bench unless, I mean, whoever has first pick should be able to angle it out, force the other team to ban it, but it does need to be banned. Just a little bit too powerful. Nocturne's an interesting one. If we assume that Oriana doesn't get through, Nocturne's interesting because it's a little bit of, do you want to have that volatility in the game 3 of a pretty important series? As we said, this is not a huge one for the standings. Both of these teams will be going to playoffs, or almost certainly. But it matters in terms of confidence in the playoffs. If GAM gets a win here, and then they go up against Free Love DCG in the playoffs, they know that they can win. And the same is true in reverse, of course. But game 3 is where all of these questions are going to be answered.
Well, it's like you said earlier, right? GAM has only lost to VCS teams, I think you were saying, and Relove DCG, not a VCS team. So if you were to go odds, who's in favor, you would think that GAM is still going to take this game 3. We have seen it's quite close. It's quite
hard
contentious.
after that game 2 to say that. Like, if you want to take that, if you want to be bold, I'm all for it, Logan. But
yeah, I hear exactly what you're putting down. As someone who is a fan of GAM, and I have watched these guys for a few years, and I do love the VCS scrappy fighting, I'm still going to back GAM in. But like the rest of us, you'll have to wait until game 3, which will kick off when we get back from the break. Because here in the LCP, Carrix, we're made for this.
Oh, there is a the darkness can never kill.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable.
Welcome back to Game 3 of tonight's best of 3 series between Relove DCG and GAM Esports. Carricks, we are on the precipice of what promises to be an absolute banger of a game here tonight. We've seen both of these teams in excellent form, so we know that they can bring it. But we just need to see GAM turtle up and protect Artemis, their very valuable AD. And DCG, I think they're going to want to try and prove that they can crack that shell and bust it wide open here.
Yeah, look, if anything, if last night taught us anything, that 2 stomps equals a banger. That's the maths I've been taught, and I refuse to learn anything else. And I'm hoping that that's true, because that game was so much fun. But we'll have to find out how it does go. Draft is going to be super interesting. I think Yone has to stay on the bench. I think Oriana can't really be allowed in. What else are we looking at? Assuming those 2 mid laners don't get through, where else are we looking?
I mean, we've still got Ari on the table. We still have Aurora on the table. So we do still have some very, I want to say, classic and still strong mid laners. But Hongshu has one of the deepest mid lane pools in the LCP with 11 champions, right? Even if you ban his Yone, he can still play that Ari. He has Syndra in his pocket. We haven't even seen a Nivea hit the Rift yet. And that's not to speak of 2 other champs that Hongshu has been seen on and won with. I mean, I feel like Hongshu is near unstoppable, even if you try and ban out this mid pool of his.
It's definitely difficult. I don't know if we want to commit to banning Hongshu out. I think the Yone is one. I think Oriana's just sort of a power pick. I didn't actually catch who has first pick in this one. But it's basically whoever doesn't have first pick has to ban Oriana. It's both mid laners are not going to be allowed to get their hand on that pick, in my opinion. I'm looking down at the bot lane. They do have that first pick. All right. So there should be, yeah, and we see immediately DCG, they know the score. You have to ban the Oriana when you're the second pick in this situation. But looking down at the ADCs, where do we think Artemis goes? Misfortune is a big one for him.
Yeah, we've seen him on that Misfortune. He has played her 3 times so far, not the highest win rate. They would have to do a spectacular job of protecting her, and they have to be careful if a Nocturne gets through as well of that dive potential, which is like the classic VCS pick, right? Interestingly, GAM are the ones who ban away the Nocturne. This blows open the opportunity for Hongshu to get that Yone, unless Ares is feeling himself and thinks he could maybe counterpick that Yone, deny it away from Hongshu and play into him with it. But I just think that's unlikely here, Carricks. This is already an exciting banning phase. It's so interesting because that Yone is on the table.
It is available, and I think the thoughts have to come in. And the Kai'Sa being taken away, I think, makes a lot of sense. You don't want to give that super powerful ADC. I like this a lot. This blocks Yone until you know where it's going. This is just threatening. If we give this to RS, you don't want to play Yone into Aurora.
It's a smart pick. It definitely, I want to say, pushes that priority of the Yone down until they have a better understanding of where it's going to go. We have seen Kiaya on that Aurora in the top lane, so it's not like it can't go there, and we've definitely seen it elsewhere. As Florin locks in that Ambessa, he is a bit of a monster on this Ambessa, and with that public execution allowing that backline dive, it is likely going to prevent Artemis from locking in that Misfortune. And the
really
Sejuani.
Particularly with the Renekton Fearless out, that's a traditional counter pick into Ambessa. Kiaya doesn't have access to that. Wukong as well has gotten all the way through to Game 3. This is both junglers really like this pick. I love the chaos it creates. You can open teams up, allow the public execution to find someone. Stop doing this to me, Drakthar. If you're not going to lock it in, stop hovering. I'm not going to get distracted. Where are we actually going to go? I don't.
It's the game for it. Oh, Drakthar. locks in the Aatrox. I actually think Kindred pick here would have been really good already, right? The public execution into the backline, the Cyclone into the backline. You pop that Kindred ult and you're not dying while those ults are up, and that burst potential is gone, and then you just bounce back, right? Everyone's still alive. You're still in the fight.
As much as I would love to be a Kindred merchant right here, unfortunately the problem with that is that there's a Wukong on the other team that walks into your jungle at level 3 and beats you to death. That's how that matchup does go, unfortunately. But the Gwen locked in as well. I kind of don't love locking the Gwen here because now we know it's Aatrox jungle. I don't think we had to reveal that.
Yeah, a little early, leaves a little bit of answering possibility. It gives over that information for sure. You know, when we know that that Aurora is going to go mid lane, we know that that Gwen is going to go top side, and we know the jungle is Aatrox. So it's already the top half of the map fully revealed for GAM here, and Relove DCG are now able to target those bans a little more comfortably, a little more confidently. They could just go all in on Artemis, but they have elected to spread the love, banning that Bard away, just those powerful playmaking tools that it does bring to bear. We see GAM elect to ban away the Ezreal. They don't want Feng on his Ezreal. He's played it once, he's won with it once. That's a 100% win rate on that one here, Carrix. But I'm wondering what they're going to ban away, whether they target, and there's the Ashe ban. They don't want that slow, they don't want that crystal arrow just coming across the map, stopping them, slowing them down.
The Ahri locked in as well, I think, is really good here for Hongshu. A lot of mobility, very, very hard for Aatrox to do anything about Ahri. He tries to come in with the World Ender, has to just use that little E dash to dodge a charm. Not super easy. Really, really simple for the Ahri to get away with the ultimate. I like that a lot. And Ashe being taken away as well, we are going to be going down the list of ADCs. I think Lucian makes sense from what's available. This is a very aggressive comp here from DCG as well. The culling will add to that really, really nicely. And the question remains, what does Artemis pick? I think Misfortune is just not legal here. I think you're totally right.
Yeah, look, Misfortune has no place against this composition that Relove DCG has found. That public execution, that Cyclone, even the Ahri, the mobility there to get around it. Yeah.
Oh, and he slammed Kalista. Okay. Kalista Blitzcrank?
Could be exciting here. That Kalista was instantly slammed. Artemis is raring to go, ready to play this exciting, highly mobile AD bot lane. And Taki hovering that Blitzcrank for the longest time. Ooh, huge, that's really good. I shall see. Oh, I love it. Taki's like, oh, Blitzcrank. And Shazzy's like, you know what? You want to see a Blitzcrank? I'll bring a Blitzcrank. I want to say I don't think it's going to be the Blitzcrank. I think this is just like a cheeky counter hover. I think that there's a better pick here, but we have been wrong about Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank before. If he's feeling himself, he could turn the tide.
Yeah, I actually really like the Blitzcrank. Kalista and Renata sort of end up playing at reasonably close range. You can use that ultimate. It's like, it's one of those times where every time a Blitzcrank is locked, you talk about the hook, but people forget he has a giant silent circle in his ult. I think that's really good here, just slowing down the Kalista, making it hard for the Renata. The Renata gets thrown in, tries to use that ultimate. If you time the silence well, you deny the ult, and the Renata has no counterplay. I really like this Blitzcrank response, but Kalista is just such a question mark at the moment. This is her first pick in the LCP, and I haven't seen her anywhere else.
And that's the thing. I think the last time we really saw her in a lot of international pro play was last year, and I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was something like the MSIs where she didn't win a single game. It was basically a meme. It was like, if you pick Kalista, you guarantee your loss. And by the end of it, it was true. She never won a single game, which was just absolutely wild. But Artemis, feeling himself, feeling confident, pulls what is potentially a deep pocket pick out here. As we see Kiaya, Drakthar, Ares, Artemis, and Taki of GAM Esports ready to face off against Florin, Pop9, Hongshu, Feng and Xiao Si of Love DCG characters. It's game 3 of tonight's best of 3, and we are on Summoner's Rift.
And it's such an interesting one here. It's so hard to predict how things are going to go. It's just matchups I'm super unfamiliar with in the current meta. I don't know how Callista stands up to Illusion. I don't know who plays more aggressive there. My instinct says early on there's a ranged support and there's a melee support. So that should go in GAM's favor very early. But once we get out of the level 1, 2, 3, that could very easily turn around. Ara should have early control in mid, playing the Aurora. Obviously a very powerful early game champion. But with Drakthar starting bot side, he clearly reads it as he just doesn't think they'll have priority, doesn't want to clash around the bot lane scuttle.
Really interesting too that we did cut to that mid side where Ares was very far up in lane to just try and get that early bully down on Hongshu, though Hongshu does get the level chassis.
Disaster! Artemis just gets hooked at level 1, has to flash, took a tower shot. We can't be letting that happen.
And this is the Blitzcrank of Xiaoxi. This is what we were talking about. This is what we've seen before. He's just a menace. He lands these hooks that you just absolutely are not ready for. You do not expect. They're kind of off-tempo plays, if you will. And he puts them to such good use. We do see Pop9 now moving to his bot side jungle there. I would fully expect them to set up for a gank. I mean, Artemis, no flash, no barrier this early. That's really bad. That's going to set them behind right now.
It makes them really vulnerable to the Wukong. Normally, Wukong coming into gank is not super easy. They're really vulnerable to a handshake, just putting the play away. But without the flash, he might just be able to find the hook into the damage. Hook thrown out there by Xiaoxi doesn't land onto Taki. Taki still obviously has his flash. If they burnt that, you would be slobbering for a gank if you were Pop9. But doesn't quite find that. With Scuttle Crab spawning, with where it's pushed, I think maybe they've avoided the aggression. But this is still a great situation for DCG.
Absolutely. Having that advantage of those summoner spells is significant. It lets them be proactive. It lets them pull the trigger when they decide. I mean, GAM do have that ward down in that little brush there just to make sure that they see if any jungler does want to rotate down. Pop9 in the jungle, but is recalling. So GAM safe for now. And they do spot out this little just ward clear from Xiaoxi, but already such an interesting. Xiaoxi just walks under the turret for fun. Why not? Let's just do that.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he sort of can. They're just in the driver's seat in the bot side. There's not real potential. Oh, hang on. The hook misses. It's a good handshake as well. So that's a lot of damage being traded onto these supports, who, of course, haven't reset yet. Artemis, the only one who has, had to go back early, got that refillable pot. But GAM have sort of weathered the storm. Let's have a look at the replay. How does he get a hook here? Minion block.
Oh.
Creep block.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah, Artemis would be furious at that one. I fully expected that wouldn't have hit, but it did. Ooh.
Another handshake, and Feng is in trouble. The flash hook. Burnt from Xiaoxi, not really finding anything. Drakthar is here just to force them back. They don't want to go under the tower. But GAM managing to equalize the pressure, burn the Blitzcrank's flash, which buys them a lot of safety.
Yeah, really well picked there. I was going to say much the same. I do like
Oh,
that they...
my word, he
Xiaoxi
read
not
it.
done.
Xiaoxi does find the hook onto Taki, but now he doesn't have the flash, so won't be able to land the E. Taki's going to be delayed, but he should be safe. Yeah, I agree. That's exactly how I feel.
Well, that was a super heads-up play from Xiaoxi to come back around, and that hook into the unwatered brush, that just elite level of game sense there. If I was in solo queue, I'd be like, excuse me, Carrix.
Yep, this is an early level 6 for RS. Between worlds is burned. Hongshu taken down low, but it will just be lane control, and with the level 6 coming in for Hongshu, they won't continue the play. DCG using the pressure that snowballed from that level 1 hook. It's all built, it's all rolling, and it's ended in this dragon.
Good first get for DCG, getting that Ocean Drake, healing 2%, missing health every 5 seconds. But here is a lane GAM is doing well in. At least, probably the best lane, I would say. Kiaya finding himself nearly 20 CS up over his opposition Florin. Just an early lane bully here and really driving that home. Chassis.
Always threatening. Always threatening. So scary to play against Blitzcrank. I love being the Blitzcrank. I don't like being on the other end of it, as Taki will continue to move back. Again, this is one of those things where Taki does have a good matchup here. Handshake is really strong against this lane. Feng has to come close. He's always vulnerable to just getting grabbed, thrown away, keeping Artemis safe. So it is actually kind of hard to call how proper 2v2s go down there if there's no hook under tower.
I mean, obviously, smart hooks from Chassis are definitely turning that one. We do see Drakthar on that bot side, but he's going to be caught out by this ward. So DCG know they'll respect it. They'll back off. They don't want to be ganked right now. They do just have their flash and barrier back up. So even if it does go a little wrong, if Drakthar presses the point, they have the tools to escape. And I think this is the correct call. Drakthar just walks away, lets these bot side duo 2v2 for now. Pop9 in his top side, Drakthar in his bot side. These junglers, I think we're going to start to see him getting a bit more active now that those level 6s have come through. I do think that Pop9 having the advantage, priority over mid lane right now, is getting Hongshu that advantage, able to move forward confidently here. Neither one of them willing to relinquish, as Drakthar back on this bot side, Carrix, maybe trying to make a play.
Yeah. Look for a lane gank. The minions go down. Does have that world ender, potentially just covering off here as well while the GAM bot lane gets this shove in. They'll get a lot of damage onto Feng. Not enough to call a dive though, methinks. I think everyone will just hit recall, safely go back and get some components.
I love that so far this is the slowest game of the 3. Game 1, it was a little bit slow. Game 2 really accelerated, but we're 8 minutes in and first blood hasn't even happened yet. There's been some decent trading. I wouldn't say there's been any lethal level trading except for that first one on Artemis under the turret, but they're playing it safe. They're playing it respectfully. I don't think either side wants to be that first one to trip over. They don't want to give that advantage over to the enemy, as that charm from Hongshu just goes wide, but they have the numbers here.
Ooh, Hex flash over from Chelsea. They don't actually have vision on this. He wouldn't have been seen. Pop9 just going to go in, rip the Cyclone immediately between two worlds. Answered, but it's a huge Blitzcrank ult. Renata arrives just in time. Can Artemis get anything done to equalize this? DCG are running the wrong way. They've already lost one. Hongshu desperately looking for a kill. Can't find it. Double kill for Artemis. Pop9 trying to get a recall. Taki doesn't spot him.
What started out as kind of disastrous for GAM, to be honest, they're able to turn it back around. They brought the numbers to bear. They played it out, but Feng has just been able to farm up some turret plates on the bot side, get some of that gold, but even then he's not going to have the advantage because Artemis was able to secure both of those kills, and Kiaya ready and waiting for this TP.
Yeah, was ready. He's able to just secure the rest of those minions. Can just play really aggressively on this Gwen. Is hard winning that 1v1 matchup. 20 CS ahead already. The public execution in that fight from Florin did absolutely nothing. And with it down, with priority in both of the solo lanes, GAM will get very, very clean grubs.
Like this coming out of GAM, they responded well to that earlier team fight. Their tools are back up online a little bit earlier, will be a little bit earlier than Relove DCG's. That doesn't perturb them though. Chelsea getting ward, as we see here. So Drakthar was caught out early. He was on that ward and forced to flash as that public execution missed. And Drakthar goes down. in the face of 4 from Relove. But GAM brought their numbers to bear as well. And I do like here that Kiaya, respecting the Hongshu turnaround, starts to run away to make it a little bit more difficult. Not letting Hongshu just get a free kill in that mid lane. So Kiaya, really well done there to kind of front line, take a brunt of that damage. Drakthar 2, unfortunately, dying, but it really let GAM come in late and mop up that fight. So it wasn't a disaster.
Completely agree. A hook onto Taki. Xiaoxi getting a lot of damage down. They do manage to share the culling. Managing to survive there. Very, very close stuff. Drakthar is around, but that will get another dragon for DCG. And now GAM has to be a little bit worried.
Yeah, Relove DCG have got this dragon stacking online. They've taken both of the first 2. So in the next 5 minutes, I expect a fight to break out over that kind of soul point. DCG would want to contest that, get that third one, and threaten the soul. But it's going to be a matter of timing. It's going to be a matter of priority. And if Xiaoxi is able to get those hooks like he has been, I think he'll be able to get that bot side priority to really let Relove DCG move in, get that vision control down. Kiaya smells something.
Knows that something is happening, but Xiaoxi is still here. Good flash from Kiaya. Just has to stay safe. They're going to try and turn around that pressure on the bot side with the commitment to the top. And I think the flash from Kiaya should make this a positive play for GAM.
I do like the respect that Kiaya played with there. He held and held and held and waited until he saw that animation from that hook come out before flashing. Just really good play, bought a lot of time. There was 3 members of Relove DCG topsiders.
Xiaoxi caught here. The handshake lands. They're just going to move straight onto him. That was way too aggressive by the Blitz.
Yeah, and they didn't even have the numbers in the area either. It was 2 Relove DCG versus 3 GAM. It will be interesting to see what as the culling goes out.
They throw in Taki as well. They're going to try and go in onto Feng. The handshake doesn't land, but Artemis wants it anyway. Doesn't quite find it. Flashes blown, barriers down, and GAM are fighting back.
That's the aggression you want to see, and Relove DCG not willing to let this one go yet. Kiaya on the run.
Yeah, moves in, but that W means that the public execution can't get Florin into the play. Kiaya is able to just walk out. It's more tower plates for Artemis, and GAM are building up a tidy little gold lead.
Yeah, and this is the Kiaya we saw back in game 1. He is the top laner that they need him to be. He's winning his lane. He's able to avoid these ganks. He's buying them time. He's relieving that cross-map pressure because Relove DCG, they keep bringing numbers to bear on the top side and they keep getting nothing. Kiaya is just outplaying them right now. And then GAM is able to take advantage of the lack of Relove DCG on the other side of the map and push home that advantage. They get that kill onto Xiaoxi. They get that pressure onto that bot side tier 1 turret. They look to be set up to crack that one first, and they have the most role quests online as well right now, Carrix. It's not over yet, not by a long shot, but GAM are setting themselves up to snowball this into a more significant lead later. Right now, though, Rift Herald in 1 minute and Drake in 2. Xiaoxi, though, getting these deep wards, getting that information so Relove DCG know where Drakthar is.
I need to see GAM fighting around the third Drake. We can't be giving that up. We're really ahead at the moment. Our Kalista has the Blade of the Ruin King, has components for the second item. Probably doesn't finish that in time, but still should be significantly stronger than the Lucian around that Hextech Drake. It's a tricky one to call here, no question. It is that 1.5k gold. That is a big 900 gold lead for Artemis, but 2 dragons for DCG means that we have such an interesting game 3. Nothing like our first 2 games, and that's what we love about the LCP.
The LCP delivers time and time again. So many of these best of 3s going the distance and being so back and forth as Florin picks up that Eclipse, really significantly increasing that trading power into Kiaya. Kiaya taking those boots that reduce the damage so he can trade effectively into Florin as well. Trinity Force online, Sundered Sky online for the respective junglers. Items coming up on all of these players across the Rift. The next fight that will be Pop 9 in the bush. So close, doesn't get spotted out, but will when he goes to clear these wards. GAM, they're fighting for vision control right now. They want to get some priority on the Rift Herald, it looks like, but that Drake is up in 30 seconds. Carrix, can you feel the tension?
Oh, I can. I feel like GAM... You have two ways to play this. It is sort of the red pill or the blue pill. You fight at Rift Herald, win the fight, and that gets you Dragon, or you take a reset and trade it. And if my years of watching GAM have told me anything, they heard the word fight and didn't hear the rest.
And that's what we love about the LCP. We have the GAM from the VCS who only hears fight. As Artemis is just walking forward boldly in the mid here. GAM really want this mid lane priority.
They've started the Dragon.
Yeah.
GAM need to respond to this. I really don't think we can give this away, but Drakthar has been caught out. He's been hooked. He's been publicly executed. Just been taken out of the fight. This Aatrox doing nothing at the moment. Kiaya teleporting in. They can fight the 4v5 on the other side. Pop 9 going low, going down. No junglers left on the map. And GAM are running forward. Flaren in trouble. One more from Kiaya. Can't find it. Doesn't have any more needles. As GAM, it started poorly, but they equalize it with the strength of Kiaya.
Yeah, Kiaya coming in late on the back of that fight and just taking out the jungler of Relove DCG, really getting GAM back in contention for this one. So they collapse on it. They get that third Drake for themselves and they extend the life of this game by at least another 5 minutes. Ultimately, a 1-for-1 there and the Drake over to GAM. So not too much, but Kiaya currently proving...
Kiaya is the admin of this game. He is so far ahead in just basically the individual matchup, just built a massive lead over Floor and cashed it in this fight.
Chelsea with the hook there to start it all off. And then the public execution. So that was a fantastic layering of CC onto Drakthar. Just never let him be able to crack that ultimate. And the charm from Hongshu there, too early onto the TP of Kiaya. If he'd held that for another half second, it would have been a completely different engage. Kiaya would not have been able to get onto the backline of Pop 9. So really well played there from GAM to be able to bring in their top laner who, as you say, is ahead. CS, gold, he's got those items to bring to bear. This Gwen, this AP frontliner is a problem, but Carrix, Florin, ooh.
It's looking a bit like, I don't even know if he really wins that fight, even with getting the jump. Kiaya is so strong, has the Rift Maker, has the plated steel caps to keep himself safe against Florin, and the Hexdrinker is nice against Gwen. Like, you do have to build it, but Gwen does so much damage that it doesn't really save you, but you know who does? It's Chelsea. Alright, fair enough. That's how they get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even out of the game, to be fair. We are talking about the Kiaya-Florin matchup and Kiaya being so strong. But Shao C, we're seeing it from him again. These hooks are just changing the dynamics. It's throwing the tempo of this game into chaos. If you're GAM, you can't walk near terrain blind. Shao C could be there. He's roaming. He has the Swiftfoot boots, so he's faster than anybody else on this Rift right now. And picks like that is how they get the advantage. Picks like that is how they claw back that gold lead. And I have to say it, picks like that is how Relove DCG could win this third game tonight, Carrix.
It is a close one. It is a hype one, but we see the damage. 8,700 dealt and a significant chunk of that is that just Gwen just doing so much damage. Kiaya is really hard to stop. I don't know who interacts well with Gwen in this game from DCG. I was so ready to just be talking about Kalista, to be talking about Artemis at all times. Flash hook! Ooh! Ooh! Glad you didn't wear the coattails today.
I like that response because it was so close. There had to be like a pixel in that. Ooh, as the counterplay.
Misses the first cue, can't get it done. The handshake onto Pop 9 diffuses the counter attack. The side, Ares doing a lot of damage to Hongshu, just forcing the Ari out of the fight.
Got to be careful of that Chassis hook, though. Yes, he just missed 2 back-to-back, but it does not mean he will miss this third. He is a menace. The flash has been burned, so he can't pull that one off again for a little while yet, but you still have to respect it. It's got to be one of the scariest fight starting engaged tools that Relove DCG bring back.
Drakthar! What are we doing? Walks up, just gets taken down. The bailout will do nothing. They commit a TP onto this fight. Artemis found as well. Kiaya just desperately escaping.
Drakthar needs to lock in. Drakthar has been caught out twice now, and it cannot keep happening, and it's twice in the same spot. Relove DCG just have the enemy jungle warded so heavily. They're able to get these picks. They take out the jungler.
Oh, and Ares is caught as well. Goes between 2 worlds, manages to ping pong his way out. But Baron secure, no real tools for GAM. And Drakthar, this is not what we want to be seeing. He needs to lift if we're going to get back into this one.
Yeah, Drakthar needs to find a 7th, 8th, 9th gear here because we can't keep getting caught as he goes over a ward again. And there's 3 members of DCG right there. I think he just didn't have the full vision on the other 2, but DCG had all the vision in the world. They collapse on Drakthar, take him out so clean, so fast, and then GAM respond, trying to answer, trying to get something back, and they lose Artemis for their efforts as well. They hand over that kill to Feng with the nice clean culling. That gives them a 5v3 advantage. Relove DCG take out that Baron, and it was only 3 of them because the other 2 were able to prevent GAM coming into that Baron. So right now, Relove DCG, they've turned the gold lead around. They have a 2,500 gold lead. They've secured that 3rd Drake for themselves. They're on Soul Point, and they have all the Baron power in the world, but Florin still can't trade into Kiaya right now. It's such an interesting game to read because yes, the lead is over to Relove DCG. Yes, they have a lot of individual gold. Yes, Xiaoxi has been landing hooks, and I'm listing a lot of really good things for them. But I still somehow think this Gwen is going to be a massive problem in the side lane. I still don't really know who answers her after this Baron buff runs out. And they're looking to get value, but GAM have pulled the trigger here. They're responding. Xiaoxi misses the hook. The hook being missed means Taki goes for a flash handshake, doesn't land it. They use the Renata ult. Kiaya arrives. The Renata ult finds nothing. Pop 9 goes in, but he's low. Drakthar should be able to turn that one around 1-for-1, but it's Artemis that's fallen. Draktar's too low to really do anything with this fight. It's a handshake to try and save him. It can't do it. And GAM, the early game looked so good, but they're falling apart. Kiaya did TP in there. Xiaoxi! Yeah, Xiaoxi lands a hook. Kiaya hard to engage with while he's in that circle. Will just be able to back out, but it's another tower for Relove DCG. They're just pulling away. Yeah, even if they're not able to take Kiaya out with that excellent hook from Xiaoxi there, they bought themselves more time. They bought themselves more priority. They pushed and got that mid lane tier 2. They've pushed and got that bot side tier 2. And they've set up the wave in that top lane to get that tier 2 as well, forcing GAM to respond there. But we go back to this replay here. Between 2 worlds is pulled from Ares. Xiaoxi missing that hook. So GAM think they can go forward, but Feng was waiting over the wall that whole time. And Drakthar trying to frontline, but unable to get onto anyone. That late TP from Kiaya comes through. He's able to zone out 2 of DCG, even getting a kill there. But that just leaves DCG free to fire on the rest of GAM. I feel like we need a clean front-to-back 5v5 for Kiaya to really sort of show up and take out this front line of Relove DCG. I feel like that's going to be their fight. A front-to-back 5v5, but Relove DCG, they're better than that. They know they can't give that over, Carrick. There's another fight.
There is another fight, and it's Trakthar caught out again. Just blown up. This Aatrox isn't working. 0-5 now. They go back in. It's a hook from Xiaoxi onto Kiaya. That's not necessarily who you want to hook. Kiaya still incredibly dangerous. But look at Flaren. He's breaking the base. Feng just waiting for this wave. Relove DCG, they gave them an inch and they've taken about 10 miles.
Xiaoxi is just not missing these hooks, even if it's not onto who you would traditionally want, like Kiaya. Still forced to snip the ult out of Kiaya, and that's value. It still slows them down to responding to that bot side. That's value. Like, if it doesn't lead to a kill, it doesn't mean it's been a bad hook. It still buys that time, that pressure on the rest of the map here. And Drakthar keeps getting caught out time and time again. As we see here, Xiaoxi doesn't even have vision. Did not have vision. And Drakthar just caught cold immediately, blasted off the rift. DCG were hovering in the area, but they've got their numbers advantage. There's nothing they can do. And Xiaoxi again with that hook. I really think Taki, if nothing else, should have picked this Blitzcrank to counter-ban it away from Xiaoxi, because he is a menace on this rift tonight, Carrix.
He has been really good, but it's one of those things where if you pick it away, that could work. But it's just been the lack of map control by GAM. I actually think the Kalista Renata has worked. It's been good, but they're just constantly fighting 4v5, 3v5, partially because of these amazing hooks from Xiaoxi. Don't get me wrong. And another one! Finds its way through onto Kiaya, managing to use that W to get out. Taki has to sacrifice himself, but the rest of DCG arrive. GAM are gone. Kiaya, the only one left alive, desperately trying to find something, but it's just not there. They're going to walk down mid, and they may well end the game right here. Logan, DCG fight back after game one, take a dominant game two, a dominant game number 3, and GAM has to go back to the drawing board when they think about playoffs, because they are just not on the same level as DCG.
Absolutely right there, Carrix. That puts Relove DCG firmly at the top of the standings. They are now the #1 team in the LCP. That puts Team Secret Wales in second. That game 3 was phenomenal. Relove DCG, they locked in. They got that vision control. They got those Xiaoxi hooks, and they just kept finding themselves in 5v4 situations because Drakthar just kept getting caught out of position. This Aatrox is strong, but it's not 1v5 strong in the early to mid game, and Relove took full advantage of that here, Carrix. Well played by Relove DCG. If this is our first team, we've got an exciting playoffs ahead of us, Carrix.
That we do, and bring it on. Relove DCG looking absolutely incredible. Team Secret Wales, of course, will have a chance to reclaim top spot tomorrow. But for now, these are your kings of the LCP. We have to look ahead at, well, we could wrap up this one, of course, and it was a lot of damage. It was a one-sided game in the end. Look at those charts.
I mean, Relove DCG set Feng up for success. I'm fairly certain Feng did not even die by the end of that game. He was able to free fire Xiaoxi with the hooks and the silencers. We saw the Ari charms landing time and time again as well. The Wukong Cyclones, just the CC chains they were able to put down to protect Feng as he opened fire. And even Ambessa with the public execution layering there just wasn't much GAM was able to do when they were caught. And I mean, I don't want to harp on the point, but Draktar's 0-5, and we can think of 3 times he was caught out immediately. DCG, they closed this game out with a 12k gold lead, 13-5. That's a beating there, Carrix. They got the lead at the 20th minute and they never looked back, closing it out in 7 minutes. That's impressive. They know how to end their games.
That they do, and it's something to always watch, as this was that final hook, the final fight, finding Kiaya, the strongest member of GAM. The one hope in the dark was snuffed by the fist of Xiaoxi. I can't pick a player of the series, but I think Xiaoxi, yeah, all right. Yeah, I was about to say, he made a damn good case for it, and there it is. I completely agree.
Their really strong performance on that reel, really strong performance on that Blitzcrank. The Poppy, a little bit left to be desired, but ultimately still a decent game out of him there for that one, even with the 100% kill participation. So he was simply everywhere in that game. As we do see these highlights start to play out, this was GAM's best hope, this fight here, and it still came off the back of Draktar getting caught out. GAM had to collapse and try to respond to salvage it, and they did, a 2-for-1. But Xiaoxi with the hooks, unfortunately a berserk going wide, it just tells the story for the rest of the game. And these late TPs from Kiaya, he did it as best he could, as early as he could, but it still wasn't enough, Carrix, time and time again.
Yeah, it was just a destruction from DCG in these last 2 games. It started at level 1, where Xiaoxi landed that hook, brought Artemis under the tower. This Callista we never really got to see if maybe it could have worked out, because it just never did anything. It was too far behind. It was constantly getting hooked. It was constantly having to react to Draktar being caught. Kiaya does his best. This is a good fight by Kiaya. Look how much Kiaya does, and they still lose this fight.
He was able to take out the mid laner of Relove DCG. He was very nearly took Feng out, at least forced the flash down, a 1v2. But Kiaya couldn't be everywhere at all times, and unfortunately he could not cover for GAM enough. All right, like Relove DCG just had all of the reads, all of the plays. And I mean, Xiaoxi, he earned his player of the series here. Just time and time again, landing these critical hooks, getting those silences down as well. And like I said earlier, even where it didn't land, like result in a kill, oh, that one was so close. It still bought Relove tempo. It still bought Relove time where they were able to exert that pressure. So well played by Relove, but enough about that first series. We are on to our second series of the night. It is the LJL Derby. It is SHG with the likes of Evie, Van 1, and Evie, Van 1, Aria, Marble, and Vista, and Maru and Corgi from SHG up against Detonation Focus Me tonight. So I'm looking forward to this one. I look forward to the Marble Karkun matchup, especially Carrix.
Completely, and this is a really important series for the SoftBank Hawks. If they lose this series, they are not able to make playoffs. If they win, then their fate comes down to the MVK game tomorrow. Now, it's interesting because it's very easy to write DFM off. They are, of course, winless so far. In series, they have won games. In series, they are winless at the moment. It's easy to write them off. But teams, when they go into these derbies, do tend to lift. These players know each other. The coaches know each other. They know the tendencies. They know the drafts. I don't think DFM can be written off in this one. I think the Hawks are going to have to work for playoffs.
I think this is going to go the distance. This will probably be a 3-game series again, as we do see assistant coach Tana, head coach Paz, and assistant coach Gizmo. I love the names that we gamers give ourselves as well. And Momo, Citrus, Keen, Karkun, and Gang Tonight, the LJL Derby, it will deliver. And as you say, they should lift. We have seen Momo improving. He had a pretty good showing on Friday night when they first played this weekend. Sorry, I think that was Thursday night. So I'm expecting to see a bit more. I'm expecting to see a bit better here, Carrick's. But that matchup on the bot side will be one to watch. But another one that I do want to talk about for now is Momo versus Evie. Evie is proven to be, I want to say, strong on Cassante. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays into Momo topside as he is now improving. He is now on the up, how they can impact their team fighting potential Carricks.
It's going to be an interesting one. I think there are a lot of matchups that we need to have our eye on. And as I said, the stats are a bit of a lie going into one. These LJL derbies, this is essentially the LJL finals here in the LCP, which we love about this region. It's my favorite part. So after a little rest, I'm sure we'll be back for a very exciting Game 3.
I'm excited. We're excited. Stay with us tonight as we come back from this break for our second series of the night. It is the LJL Derby here in the LCP, where we're made for this. Stick around.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua GAM và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình. Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫って心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟2骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Ừ, bây giờ chuột lấy tích sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ở đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akachan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, đọc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
À, đánh thường mà đâu ghê.
Đồ mới mà, thôi không chơi nữa. Đọc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp. やっとラップが緑になったって。
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改正是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになってたと思うんです。楽しい。
确实上路有点爽，他团战后面有点游龙。现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、こう連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて、主導権を得るためにこう戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước。
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因为塔皮每个塔都有塔皮，
塔钱也会让游戏进程变快，大家装备会成型的比较快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mặc quả trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương。
然后2打2的话，我觉得之前太影响游戏了吧，因为每次到20分钟基本上都会在那里挂机。
20分からめっちゃ戦ってたけど、今20分に上がるパロンが今めっちゃ硬いから。
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路来说肯定是科技强啊，因为阿卡丽这样很快能突发电信。
新しい一兵みたいなやつありますよ。Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi。
ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたので、なんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう。
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes. Please read the patch notes before you play.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins.
And welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves getting ready for tonight's second series. It is the LJL Derby, Carricks, between SHG and DFM. I'm keen.
Oh, I'm so excited. I love these regional derbies. They're always my favorite. There's so much history. There's so many rivalries. And as I was saying before the break, the teams tend to lift when they are in these situations. They want to be the kings of their own region. They want to be able to bring it home. And I'm keen for DFM to show us that they can.
Yeah, it would be fantastic for DFM to take their first series win of the split here. However, we have this head-to-head graphic here. Bot laners, we have Marble of SHG versus Karkun of DFM. Now, Marble does have a 5-champ pool, as does Karkun here, so very sort of similar. We've got the Aphelios, the Varus, the Corki, but where they are a little different Carricks is the Kaiser and the Siva compared to MF and Smolder.
Smolder is an exciting one for sure. That one didn't go super well. And I think the really big difference is in things like the damage per minute. Marble is a mission critical part of the Hawks. It's not Karkun is not really who DFM have tried to play through. I'm not going to judge his stats too harshly. It's hard to put up massive stats while your team is not doing super well. But regardless of that, it's not super where they invest their resources, while on the side of the SoftBank Hawks, Marble is everything for them.
He has proven that he is as well. He has won a player of the match previously for his efforts, and the results do show as we have this bot lane AD matchup. Exciting coming into this LJL derby. And I'm going to harp on about it because every time we have a VCS derby, you know, it's not often we have these LGL derbies, these PCS derbies. So I'm here for it tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing Evie walk out onto the stage along with Momo, the likes of Citrus King, Karkun, and Gang. And here we go. We're getting the player walkouts. We're getting straight into it here tonight, Carricks. And I love this about the LCP. It is game after game. It is series after series. And we are never left waiting or wanting for more. If SoftBank Hawks can enable Marble, they should take tonight's game. And it's important as Evie and Momo walk out onto the stage.
Yeah, as you said, this is an important one. Playoffs are on the line. Should DFM secure the upset, they will drag their LJL brothers down, and that is something I know Citrus wants to do. Van One joining him on the stage. Van One very impressed with him so far. Gives a little respectful bow. We'd love to see it. These are two players that will have our eyes on this game. We'll be watching very closely. And of course, Aria and Keen, two players that have had a lot spoken about them.
Aria definitely looking to help SHG secure that win. As you said earlier, if SHG lose here tonight, they are eliminated. They are done. They are out of playoffs. It's no longer an option. Marble wanting to help carry his team to that victory, but Karkun stands in the way because if SHG lose, they're out. And if SHG win, then their playoff qualification depends on Sunday's results between MVK and Ground Zero. But supportal combat will happen. It will be Gang versus Vista in that bot side duo, Carricks, and it's setting up to be an exciting match here with a lot on the line for SHG, as we've said.
Yeah, I totally, for sure. Corki and Paz joining on the, Corgi and Paz, I should say, not Corki, that'd be scary. It came to life. Coming onto the stage. Speaking of Corki, we were talking about Marble so much. What do we think Marble is going to be going towards? That Aphelios has been really effective for him. Is there any other champion that is calling to you?
He's absolutely performed spectacularly on that Aphelios. Obviously, the Corki is sort of a higher priority AD bot laner at the moment, so I would like to see him on that. It just depends on who he's matched up into. So Marble into that Karkun. Karkun himself, though, does like that Corki. Played it 5 times so far here in the LCP. So that could be an AD of contention. That could be an AD that both teams will jostle for to give priority over to their team, not their opponents. Because if you give your team the right tools, you give them the comfort picks, it just makes winning a little bit easier. They have that mental edge, they have that mechanical knowledge and awareness of these champs, as we do see them starting to prep for this 2v2. This 2v2, a piece of what makes the LCP so good, Carrix. It offers first selection for the winners. You either choose the side or you choose if you pick first or second in the draft, Carrix. And it looks like these series bans, they're going to hit the champ pools pretty hard.
Yeah, at this point, it is most of these teams playing their last series for the regular split, so the bans are adding up. So many champions taken away, so many of the 1v1, 2v2 favorites are gone. I am noticing there's a distinct lack of Darius being locked out. Has obviously been banned a lot of the times on the night, so maybe a good one to go for if you're SoftBank Hawks or Generation Focus me. But I want to sort of just use this to springboard. If we assume that the winner of this will take the second pick, as we've been seeing, what are we trying to isolate? I love that they're having so much fun.
Well, if you think about it, right, obviously DFM, they cannot make playoffs. So this is kind of like their last hurrah. They're just going to full send, have so much fun here this evening, as we do see SHG lock in that Elise, which we've seen previously. But Carrix, to your question, I'm wondering what matchups we're going to isolate. I'm wondering what matchups we are going to be seeing that give them the best advantage possible. If we want to see DFM take that victory, if we put Momo on a comfort, I think he could have hands into Evie if Evie doesn't have that Cassante. Riven hitting the Rift here on the Howling Abyss for this 2v2. That's a tanky matchup. Riven and Tom Kench into a volley in Elise.
All right, Citrus, do you have the hands for Riven? Do you have a Riven in your back pocket? Would be surprising. He's a jungler, not exactly a pick we expect to see out of him, but I'm always keen to see a little bit of professional player Riven.
Quick, someone check that man's solo queue history. Has he been playing a lot of Riven lately?
Riven is crazy at the moment. Like if he's been getting auto-filled top, maybe he has been slamming some Riven.
Yeah, Riven is definitely a challenging one to play around. She definitely has a lot of nuanced mechanics there. So we could see them brought to bear here as we load up onto the Howling Abyss for tonight's 2v2 to get first selection. And Volibear is just fun in this matchup. Volibear snowballs in, flashes in. It's just an all-in from volleys. Whereas DFM, they're like, we'll stay under turret. And the rules of ARAM, if a dance-off is happening, you do not interrupt it. And it looks like these two are gonna respect it.
Yep, they are being respectful. Do not break the dance-off. Also, I do like, we've been seeing a lot of Volibear on this map. Just a little bit of trivia for all of you out there. Lore-wise, this is where Volibear fought Ornn. It's a little fun fact for everyone. As speaking of Volibear fighting, they're going in onto Citrus, who has to flash away, taking an enormous amount of damage.
I like that. Oh, the cocoon lands.
Although the cocoon lands, but Citrus lives, dashing away, flipping out, dodging the Sky Splitter. Van One thinking about going under the tower, just thinks better of it in the end. So the reset will be able to come through, but the SoftBank Hawks having a bit of fun, having a good lead early.
I do like that Citrus saw that Vista missed that cocoon, that first cocoon, and went in. But the response from Van One on that volley was just to brutalize that Riven. Took like 50%. Oh, Vista the cheeky. Pre-snowballed, went in to get the heal and then snowballed back out. So he gets that double heal up benefit there from Vista. Doesn't have to recall, is able to stay out on the Rift, getting a little bit more XP, a little bit more CS. That is a cheeky little play from Vista. Min-maxing in the Howling Abyss 2v2 here for first selection, Carrix.
I still think recalling is cowardice. You're on the Howling Abyss, you can't recall, it doesn't work here. As the stun in onto Citrus again, he's just having to flip away. Doesn't have those Riven moves that can win basically every 1v1. Gang having to get out as well, and it's not looking great for DFM. They are being bullied in the 2v2.
SHG are definitely winning every single trade. It was a nice start there. We did see Citrus go in and go stun for stun with the volley, but Vista here on this Elise looking to get a cocoon, and I think they're looking to all in or just get this tower. If they get first tower, they win here.
Yeah, Citrus in trouble as I'm not sure what happened to that Elise Q, but doesn't really matter. They do pick up a kill. The tower's going low, and oh
no.
The BM setting the tone for tonight as the first little blow of the LJL derby is SoftBank Hawks winning the 2v2 and securing themselves first selection. And they have taken first pick.
SHG taking first pick here tonight, winning that 2v2 on the Howling Abyss, delivering a little bit of BM, if I do say so myself, there at the end, just dancing while the minions took that turret. That is one of the win conditions to take the game. It's either you're the first turret, first to 2 kills, or the first to lose out in the last 7 minutes, the final death, sudden death, you lose. So we do go back to the stage. I'm still shocked. I'm still shook by that 2v2, Carrix. Can you tell I'm rattled?
Yeah, it's so interesting. That 2v2 was fun, but the fact that they selected first, that's really interesting. The Hawks win. And I mean, I presume they picked first pick. They didn't just go for the blue side pick and then get pushed to first. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think it should go that way. Why do you think they've gone first pick there?
I think the quote here, I guess we'll never know, comes in handy because we don't have access to those comms, but someone that does know is Evie. He is meditating. He is a showman in front of these cameras. He loves to show.
I thought he was giving a death stare.
Oh, he started out. His eyes were closed at first, but this camera loves Evie a little much here, and he's just hovering. He is that kind of superstar in that top lane for this LJL team, the SHG. As we get to the draft, Carrix, and junglers getting banned away straight out the gates. J4 banned, Nocturne banned. Is this a VCS derby? Nocturne? Come on.
Taking it away is interesting. Maybe that hints that they want to leave Orianna open and they don't want to get set up into like a Jace Orianna trade, something like that. Interesting stuff, no question. Varus makes sense. J4 makes sense. Where does DFM go with this? I do want to see Rumble taken out. I don't want to see Momo getting set on fire again.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that you do when you ban that J4, as you say, is you soft ban that Rumble J4 combo. When you ban that Nocturne, you soft ban that Nocturne Orianna combo. And these are classic matchups. This isn't new to anyone who watches League of Legends esports, that these combos are so powerful that you pull apart one piece, you pull apart the combo, the both of them, which is why we do see those bans come in early. We see them come in often. Varus banned away, and Orianna banned, which is what we expected. It is interesting to see both pieces taken off the table, but I do think that SHG just know that Orianna is such a strong meta pick that no matter who she's in the hands of, she can change the course of these games. And Ryze, I really like the Ryze ban. I think this is an intelligent ban. The cross map play, the damage he can deliver at that 3-item power spike, astronomically powerful. And Carrix, it looks like we're gonna get it. The Rumble Cassante matchup.
Dread it, run from it. Rumble Cassante arrives all the same. But never mind, I don't think we do need to take the Cassante right here. They do anyway. That doesn't show anything. It makes sense if you pick maybe that Pantheon. I do like the Pantheon. That's one of the semi-globals still left available. Could see Citrus on Pantheon, Keen on Galio. That might set up for a really nice setup if you can get Kakun on a hyper carry. That might be a way to get through this game.
Why not just full send on the globals, right? So get Galio on support, get Pantheon in the jungle, get Talia's Weaver Wall in that mid lane and just be this fast menace, this global menace where you can turn the tides on any fight at a moment's notice. Look, I don't know how synergistic it is, but I would just love to see him rip a triple global combo for the fun of it, Carrots.
And it's so interesting, this match, because in some ways DFM don't have very much to play for. They obviously cannot make playoffs. But I think the fact that this last game is against SoftBank Hawks is really great. It's really good scheduling, and it's just lucky that it's worked out that way. Because they might not have anything on the ladder to play for, but they do have regional pride to play for. So I think they will be taking this very, very seriously. It's a warm-up for the relegation tournament as well. This really matters to DFM, and if they can grab their Japanese brothers and drag them down with them, wouldn't that be incredible?
Can you imagine how furious you would be as SHD if you lose to DFM here and and just immediately you're knocked out of playoffs as well? Like, surely you would just want to see at least one team make it into the playoffs. There would just be pure chaos if DFM were able to rise up and take their first series win here tonight against SHG. But let's look at those bans again. They were fairly standard bans across the board there, Carrix. Nocturne, J4, Oriana. We were shaping up for that Rumble Cassante matchup, but the interesting statistic on that Cassante, he's seen the Rift 20 times here in the LCP, but he's only won 4 of them, Carrix.
Yeah, it's not a champion that teams have found a huge amount of success with. He is picked to neutralize the Rumble, but something I really prefer is don't neutralize the Rumble, beat it. Rumble has counters. Kennen is really good into the Rumble. Nah can take on the Rumble. I understand that in the Evi Momo lane, maybe you don't want to take that risk. But I think at some point, you've got to roll the dice. You've got to go all in. And I would have really liked to see a more aggressive pick. But the Cassante still does have a lot of value, can take Marble out of fights. If he gets a good all-out, brings the ADC over the wall, solos him out, we could still see Momo have a lot of impact.
I'd like to see Momo have a lot of impact here as well. Get him on those comfort champs that he loves to play. He's definitely placed priority on the Renekton and Cassante himself. So maybe Renekton is that comfort pick for him. Maybe that's what he would like to be seen to be playing. But it would be important for the likes of SHG to not let him get that. We would want DFM to ban away the best counters for that Renekton. I just think SHG, Evi, giving him that Cassante, it makes sense. He is strong on that. Van 1 has played a lot of J4, which is why we saw that ban come through from DFM as well. Not only is J4 a strong sort of combo piece with Oriana, with Rumble to be able to either deliver that shockwave or to be able to lock them down and let the equalizer land. He's just generally a strong jungler and works well here in the hands of Van 1. I'm wondering what we'll see on the other side from Citrus though, Carrix.
It's a tricky one to call. I think there's a lot of options available. Things like Xin Zhao have been having a lot of effect. You could go more out there. Trying to think of just where we actually might see it. Like Citrus has got that Dr. Mundo. He's played quite a lot of that. Kiana, Pantheon still available. Wouldn't mind any of those. Wukong, of course, for both of these junglers could be a strong option all series. And I just want to remind everyone of the six of this one while we just wait for the draft to start back up again. Should DFM win this series, get the upset, then our playoffs is determined and the SoftBank Hawks can no longer make it. If the SoftBank Hawks do manage to pick up a win today, then their fate is in the hands of Ground Zero Gaming tomorrow. If they beat MVK, MVK will not make playoffs and the SoftBank Hawks will. But if MVK can get up over Ground Zero, who had looked fantastic against CFO yesterday, then the SoftBank Hawks will not make it. So lots still to play for here in the LCP.
You are absolutely correct in pointing out that GZ looked phenomenal last night against CFO. And if they have hit their form now at this right time, it's going to be a rough matchup for MVK tomorrow night. But that's for tomorrow night. We're back here in tonight's draft between SHG and DFM as we do see that global presence, that omnipresent threat locked in for Citrus in the jungle, Pantheon. It's such a strong, proactive jungler. It can have influence on the map from an early level as well. You've always got to be on the lookout, but especially from level 6, it's all about turning those fights in your favor. It's all about having that numbers advantage, Carrix.
Totally agree, as the Vi as well, making a huge amount of sense. Always a good combination. The Pantheon Talia is sort of the premier combo, but the Vi makes just as much sense. You go in with the ultimate, you get a really easy flick back onto the Unraveled Earth. Super hard to get away from, but Gang has the option of a Bard here. Keen, I think, is having some fun with the hovers, but I think Bard would be a really good one here.
Bard. Oh, and I think DFM heard you there, mate. They're like, you know what? Bard is looking good, able to disrupt the plays that SHG so clearly want to be making. The Weaver's Wall global in response to that Pantheon global threat as well. That Vi engage. If you can catch her, if you can shut her down before that ultimate lands as well, then it just buys you so much more time. It buys you so much more space with that Bard ult, and the ability to respond quickly with those magical journeys, as we say, being able to heal your AD up with those, little magical cupcakes sometimes, depending on the skin that you've got. Delicious.
I think the hot chocolate. I love the hot chocolate.
Yeah, I'm a fan of ice chocolate myself. Yeah, I like those cooler drinks. But speaking of cool, it's no longer cool. Aphelios, with the jet black hair, the kind of like teen emo angle.
Yeah, we thumbed it in there. We thumbed it in. That was pretty good. But Aphelios being taken away from Marble makes so much sense. He's had a lot of lights out carry performances on this one. It's a champion he is really, really strong on. I'd like to see them attack that pool again here. I think he is the most important member of the SoftBank Hawks to attack in the draft. Push him down, put him on something less explosive. Kai'Sa being taken away makes sense to me.
Yeah, that would be another really strong sort of hyperscaling carry that you do want to take away. I feel like Karkun would want Corki, so maybe even ban Varus away against Marble.
Varus is gone already, thankfully.
You called it. Yeah, true. So Varus gone, Kai'Sa gone, Aphelios gone. So that is 3 of the AD pool taken away. It's up to SHG to show the next ban. What do they want to take away? Who are they going to ban against? They've got 2 mid laners, an AD, and a jungle. And they went with the mid lane. They've taken the Ahri out of the hands of Keen. He hasn't even played her yet this split, and it doesn't look like he's about to get that chance tonight too.
I think that does, again, it makes sense. Just taking away something that can play really safe around the Vi Talia, something that is able to diffuse those ganks around level 6, be really safe. Keen, push him further down his champion pool. This player that has not been having the greatest split. So I think if you bully him a little bit, you bully out his champion pool. This was actually a champion he looked really good on. Is this Aurora?
And this is something that he has had a bit of practice here on in the LCP as well. He's had 3 games. This will be his 4th. So I dare say this is almost a comfort pick for him so far from the champs played this split. I think I like this pick. The burst potential to come out of Aurora in this mid lane is a lot that's going to force Arya to have to play around that and be very cautious. Also, the mobility is very, very nice. The team fighting, one of the biggest circles in League of Legends right now with the Between Worlds. Aurora is a strong pickup here, but SHG looking to secure themselves an equally strong bot side. That Nautilus locked in, the dredge lines, the depth charges, that CC monster, and able to kind of frontline and tank a bit as we see Marble locked in for this Corki. And again, that Corki picked 20 times, but has only won 6 games and lost 14. That's nearly Cassante level stats.
And that's not a compliment at all. to say you have Cassante level stats. Not what we want at all. The Corki pickup for Marble, I think, is super interesting. It's not this explosive champion. It's a good champion on the patch, don't get me wrong. Answered by the Siva. I really like that as well. But just on the Corki, this is a champion that can do a lot of damage, but it's not something that is going to single-handedly take over the game, which is what we like to see out of Marble. So I think DFM have actually managed this draft really well to give them the best chance that they can get in game one.
And Siva is a champ that toward the late game can take over on its own. If it is, you know, fed that gold, it is fed those kills, it can get overwhelmingly powerful and just run over. It can 1v9. We've seen it happen before. We can see it happen again. That both of these drafts, I like them, Carrix. They've got their front lines, they've got their strong pokey mid laners, they've got that classic sort of duo combos in the bot sides to set up their ADs, to make those plays, protect them even. It'll come down to, I think, some very fiery 5v5 from these LJL representatives, SHG and DFM. I'm excited, Carrix. It's setting up to be a good game.
I totally agree. I think this is setting up to be a great game. I really want to see DFM get their front foot forward. I want to see them taking the fight to the SoftBank Hawks. It's so easy to write them off. It's so easy to say, well, they don't have anything to play for here. The Hawks have everything to play for, and sort of use that as your narrative. I just don't agree with it. I know I've been repeating myself. It's a regional derby. It's a game where DFM wants to prove that they don't want to be a team that didn't win a series in the LCP. That does matter to these players. These players hate to lose. I think they're going to bring it to the SoftBank Hawks. You know what? I'm going to say it. I'm predicting DFM for game one.
Very, very spicy there, Carrix, as we have jumped on to Summoner's Rift for game one of tonight's best of 3 series between SHG and DFM. Again, I like this pick. I like this Aurora in the mid lane matchup. Obviously, not as omnipresent across the map as a Talia with that Weaver's Wall can be, but is definitely able to win priority, definitely able to get those shoves in against a Talia, and hopefully with that priority, DFM is able to convert it into these jungle objectives. It would be nice to see them sort of play around that proactively. And DFM, they're aggressing forward. They've got that sort of early little push, Carrix, that we like to see here. But that is a Nautilus. If a dredge line lands, they're going to trade heavily into you.
That they will, and this is, you know, the range support advantage. You do typically get a lot better push, level 1, level 2, but it is going to be all about those hooks. I love the Bard pick, though. It's not something that we actually see picked very often because it is so often banned away in this league. Just really strong. Oh, there is the hook. Goes into immediately onto Kaku and didn't get the spell shield off. Didn't have it as Vista takes a lot of damage back. But it's a barrier. It's a heal burn. It's an early small advantage for the SoftBank Hawks.
Just a small, cheeky, interesting statistic here. Bard is it's the 11th most banned champion in the world for League of Legends.
Gang in trouble, having to flash. Kakuin as well, taking so much damage. We can't be eating these dredge lines. That is interesting. I didn't mean to drown that out. That is an interesting stat. How dare they fight?
How dare
listen to Logan.
Yeah, how dare these gamers want to fight and try and win this game as I'm trying to regale with the stories of statistics. But just in case it was missed, the 11th most banned champion in crikey.
Yeah, they just walk under the tower. This was always going to happen. Vista flashes away after the hook, and I just think that's just a lack of respect from Kakuin. You had to back off there.
Yeah, I mean, Gang did. Unfortunately, Karkun did not. And First Blood goes over to Marble. This nets Marble that extra 100 gold for that First Blood bounty and positions him nicely. He's eked out a CS lead right now. But DFM, they do get themselves that Scuttle Crab. They get that vision control, that vision priority in the bot side. The Citrus is just going to take that recall and come back out on the Rift. This replay here, Karkun is just still around. Vista just able to do what Nautiluses do. Walk in, get that threat from the turret, tank it up, and he Immediately, Dredgeline flashes out, buying enough time for Marble to put down that damage and take first blood out of Karkun there, Carrix.
And I understand Karkun's thought process. That was a really big wave to miss. It would have been a disaster, but frankly, just eating 2 consecutive dredge lines was the disaster. And the first DFM coach comms comes in immediately to try and right the ship.
These coach comms, I feel, have proved valuable from time to time, whilst not overly easy to track. Good flick from Arya.
And this is not what we want to see. Flash of exchange! Keen living on almost nothing there. Does just manage to survive, but not what we want. Aurora is meant to be the one bullying. Aurora is meant to be getting Talia low.
Absolutely, and that Aurora had less than 40 health, I did see, but we were talking about those coach comms. The value of these cannot be understated to get that external perspective, that external objectivity. Someone who's not playing the game and can focus on the strategy, can focus on the tempo, which is so important here in these games. So that first coach comm has come through. Each team is allowed 3 coach comms per game, and each coach comm is up to 45 seconds long. But once that third one is used, that's it. You are done. You are dusted. No more of that coach's input into this series. Oh, jungle skirmish.
Yeah, Van1 just walking forward, knows that his bot lane can respond first. They defend the control ward. The presence of Citra should put off any notion of a dive, but they're just going to steal away the jungle. They're going to steal away priority, and the Hawks are looking very dangerous in game 1.
Yeah, SHG grouped up as 3 here. DFM unfortunately split on either side. So whoever DFM wanted to turn on there, SHG wanted to turn on, whoever SHG wanted to turn on, DFM would have lost that because it would have been a 3v2 or a 3v1. SHG do have themselves some nice priority in the bot. Van just bullying Citrus.
Yeah, just pushed back again. Arya comes over. Gang does join the play first with that magical journey. Really good use of the Bard. But Van1 realizes that Keen is too low. Keen doesn't have flash. Keen has gone down. And it's all falling apart for DFM as Citrus just has to run away, has to use himself as bait. And they just lose 2 for nothing.
And SHG, they find themselves 3 kills to 0. They're 2,000 gold up at the 6-minute mark right now, Carrix. SHG, they just had that bot side pressure. They had the numbers advantage. Van1 went in early, traded heavily into Citrus. I feel like Citrus should have just walked this one out. As we see it here again, less than 50% for Citrus. Arya rotates, gets a really nice flick onto Keen. They're both less than 50% in a 3v3. SHG, so healthy. It's just a health bar diff here, I think. They turn it around. DFM, they're caught. They're found in this 3v1 on the back end of that, and Citrus pays with his life for what could have been an easy enough fight to disengage from, but that's not the spirit of these gamers. They see a fight. They want to fight.
Yeah, they absolutely do. These 2 teams are super aggro. Always have been. These, again, we're going back to it. The derbies often are really aggressive. The teams know each other. They want to get wins over long-time regional rivals. But so far, it is all going SHG's way. DFM has a lot of questions to answer if they're going to come back in this game.
DFM need to regroup. They need to be able to take these fights on more even terms. The moment they went, good dredge line, really good spell shield there from Karkun Carrix. Just getting a heal up instead of being heavily traded onto. And Van1, he's looking for more. He's rotating around. He's loving this bot side jungle. He's looking to evade onto Citrus again. Keep him behind, keep him down. And SHG, it looks like they're sending, Vista's walking up.
Oh, and this is dangerous because Kakun is alone at the moment. Gang has the spellbook TP. Okay, I was a little bit worried that Gang recalled, but with the TP, it does make a lot of sense. Gets back out onto the map easy enough, but they just steal away a blue buff, and Van1 just accelerates ahead of Citrus.
I would like to take a second to really point out this is such a great use of priority. So Arya in the mid lane, permanently has this shove, right? Keen is just hard stuck under his tower. Marble and Vista, they're doing exactly the same to Karkun and gang on the bot side. This lets Van One walk into the enemy jungle with confidence, comfortable, knowing that his team will be the first team to respond. These fights that start out 1v1 first will become 3v1s in the favor of SHG because they have that priority. But we do see Citrus going for these grubs, and Evie is on the way to respond because he had top lane priority. It's like DFM, they can't get a look in yet because they can't get the priority on these waves, Carrix.
And I think this is really not what DFM want at all. You picked the Aurora for Keen. You should have mid lane prior. This Aurora just beats up on every other laner at the moment, in the early game at least. Obviously, she gets outscaled, but Keen should be in control. He should have lane shove against the Taliyah, but he has been permanently shoved in. Arya has constantly been first to place, not even using the Weaver's Wall.
Just using that priority like we were talking about. Is Keen forced under that tower, is stuck there for another 15 to 20 seconds as he clears that wave out, because you don't want to miss these waves. You want to get that experience, you want to get that gold, and sometimes that is more important than getting to those fights, and you take advantage of that. You play around that. Evie and Momo trading evenly on that top side, 90 CS apiece. Van One racing ahead of Citrus, Arya and Keen in a hot contest, but there's a big CS difference emerging in that AD bot side there. Marble, 12 CS over Karkun, Carrix.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see for Karkun. We've been saying Marble in particular is such an important part of this team. He's been a massive carry. He's been doing so much damage, but you had to try and shut him down if you were DFM, and they haven't managed it. It's just Marble ahead. He's not on a super high octane playmaking champion. He's on the Corki, but that's probably going to be fine.
And Van One just using all that priority the rest of his team has given him to take this Drake completely uncontested. Vista, I noticed he stepped out of the brush, hit the recall.
Ooh, hang on. Might be able to find one more. No, not quite. They'll be able to get away.
And that's the Swiftfoot boots. Evie was just able to outrun Momo, who currently only has those regular boots. So it was just a straight, I'll run away. And it looks like Momo committed everything as well. Momo hit the flash, no TP, no ult. So Evie's going to be able to come back and have the upper hand as Van just bullying Citrus in his own jungle, commits the ult, Carrix.
Yeah, and he can do this. There is just no hope for Citrus to get help here. Will manage to get away, but still loses full control, loses that control ward in the Phaelite. And SoftBank Hawks aren't accelerating the pace of the game. I might like to see a little bit of that, but they really don't have to. They're just winning slowly and grinding themselves to a bigger and bigger lead.
And right now that lead is at 2.6k. We had that explosive first couple of minutes where there's 3 kills and it's just slowed right down. But as I say that, we cut to these mid laners.
Just having a bit of a scrap.
Oof.
Nothing too serious there, thankfully, as Keen able to survive with the reinforcements arriving from both sides.
Hold me back, Carrix, because every time these observers cut to these fights, I get so hyped, I get so excited, and I just get baited in. I expect every fight to just blow out into an all-in, but it's just not how it plays out. They just trade. They're like, yep, cool, we've chipped away at each other, let's back away and reconvene a little bit later, circle back. But 1.2k of that 3,500 gold lead is sitting on the bot side with Marble. That is a serious gold difference in 13 minutes, Carrix, as these gamers, they're getting ready, they're setting up for what could potentially be a Rift Herald shortly.
Certainly could be. I think the Hawks can basically do whatever they want at the moment. They are 3,500 gold ahead at 13 minutes. They once again walk into Citrus's jungle, do whatever they want. It's a really good stun from Gang there to stop the trade after that dredge line. Did manage to get both. You'd love to see that at least. But look, man, he's just in the enemy jungle, bullying Citrus off. Should be able to steal away this red buff. Might even find a fight as Evie arrives first. Citrus has to flash over the wall. The red buff goes to Van 1. There's a Bard ult onto Marble, but they can't actually get anything done. Nautilus ult to dissuade the play. Keen moving down. Vista could be in trouble here. We could go between worlds. It's a flash, it's a hook, and they're going to get away. No, they will get Vista, but look at Marble. He wants to take this one into his own hands, moving forward. Has to deal with the big bad Keen. Needs one more, will find it, goes down on the other side, but in comes Van, and Kate's down. Kakun, what a bloodbath from nowhere.
I love it. That was so good. And it ultimately ended in a 2v2. That rotation from Keen coming in clutch. Those electrocute procs proving such high value there. I really did think that Marble and Vista were going to get away. They had managed to kite it out. They'd managed to buy themselves that time. As we see the fight here again, Tempered Fate from Gang locking this Corki down. But that dredge line depth charge buys time. It's onto Karkun, who is CC'd up, and Keen has rotated down using that priority, that advantage there, because in the earlier fight, Talia had actually Weaver's walled up to the top side. But Marble nearly takes everyone down. Keen just able to really get some value off against Marble, and Van 1 cleans up, and we're back to fighting.
We come to live, and we are back to fighting. Gang has been taken down. There's a teleport coming in to dissuade the SoftBank Hawks going any deeper, but it's just teleports everywhere. Everyone rolling out on the map, and the lead continues to grow.
A little bit of supportal combat there. Nautilus, the Vista Nautilus getting that kill onto Gang's Bard, but with the priority that SHG has across the rift. Oh, as Keen deep here.
Yeah, they're going to move in onto Marble. Doesn't have that flash. Will be taken down. Good read there by Citrus. Good stuff.
Citrus with that Grand Skyfall just coming in, really sealing the deal there. That's a very valuable pick getting on top of Marble. Keen now 3 for 2, so is trying to close this gold deficit, but all efforts aside, you know, DFM, they're trying to start this dragon. SHG just has priority. SHG has this wallet diff. They have more completed items or are closer to the next item. They can't get through Vista at the moment. His dredge lines are landing. He's proving to be a tanky Nautilus, and DFM, they're showing spirit. They're fighting back. They're not rolling over and letting SHG bully them down. Keen playing this vision control well here, but Vista spotting, so Marble Valkyries away, but DFM commit. They just put everything into getting Marble, and unfortunately for Marble, nothing they could do there in response to that play.
And as we come back to live, it is Aria pushing Keen in again. Should be able to get this tower on the next wave, get even more gold for the SoftBank Hawks. As leads continue to go, I will say I'm happy to report Momo is winning his lane. Let's go, Momo!
I do like to see that you know, Momo has the level advantage. Every so often we see the ults be burned, we see the flashes, the cooldowns, and Momo is ahead just over Evie. But I mean, they're kind of both doing their job.
Another hook lands into the flip, into the Vi. No escape between worlds for Keen. The Rift Herald can't charge because of that Bard ult, but small wins, small losses continue to add up.
It almost feels like this game is a death by 1,000 cuts here, Carrix. We do see SHG just chipping away, slowly growing this gold lead. It is now nearly 5,000 gold at the 18th minute as we approach that swiftly. But both of these top laners, I feel like both of these top laners could stay in their top lane all game. right? Like they're keeping each other in lane, which is kind of working for and against both teams. They really need to start getting involved and being those difference makers, because right now, if it's just left to 4v4s all game, SHG come out on top. I really think DFM need to call in Momo and get the better of Evie in these team fights.
It is so hard to call Momo in, though. If you bring him down, Evie can just immediately accelerate, push the wave so quickly, find so much gold, and oh no, Momo runs into a van, and much like being hit by a van, he doesn't last long.
Unfortunate to see, as we were kind of singing Momo's praises, that he does get ganked, but it's not without cost. That was 3 members of SoftBank Hawks who went topside to make sure that they were able to take down that very, very tanky Cassante Momo, as we see a gank here, Carix.
Yeah, Evie chunked out, but Gang nearly dies, has to burn a flash just from tanking the tower, and Marble and Vista go, hang on a second, 1, 2, 3... 1 dead. Oh, we can take mid. They just count.
Sometimes that's all it literally takes. It's vision control, knowing where your opposition is, how they're faring. You know, you could see them, but they're low on health. If you don't see them, they're dead. And you just press those cross-map advantages. Deep TP here, though, from Keen.
We're going to try and find something, but Aria will weave his wall out. Good stuff there. Just holding on, able to get away. DFM hold their mid lane inner. They're desperately holding on. I do like that DFM are still making plays. They're not just rolling over.
Yeah, Keen definitely feeling confident to be able to take a 1v1 into Aria there. It responded well, Weaver's walling out. Good buffer from Vista there. Did he just step back out to then go back in to be like, haha, I'm still here? Like, it's just these little micro plays. Really good buffer to get out of that stun that Pantheon was looking to put down and hopefully 2v1. But that is a Nautilus. He is tanky. He has those Merc treads, so stuns do not last as long as him. On him because of that tenacity that they do give. So really smart item optimization there, because that's what Pantheon's going to look to do. He's going to look to stun you. And Van Van is in DFM's jungle. I'm pretty sure he's just lived in this jungle.
Does DFM have a jungle? I thought this was Van. I thought there was SoftBank Hawks jungle on the blue side of the map and Van's jungle on the red side. I thought he just had one on his own. They're just starting Baron. 20 minutes and 43 seconds, they're just starting Baron. And why wouldn't you?
And they don't have vision. They have the ward there, and they sense something is up because nobody's on the map. But I don't know how DFM responded to this one. SHG have 4 members in the area. It looks like they're just trying to get that mid lane priority, trying to get something on the other side of the map, while SHG just take a free Baron at the 21st minute of the game. That's a rough one, Carix. It's not often you see that kind of thing happen, as Van patiently waiting.
Just hiding out. Keen desperately trying to clear out this way, but Baron-empowered minions are a real problem. They just pop the crystals back on off. This tower somehow still alive on absolutely nothing. If anyone from the SoftBank Hawks does step up, they will be able to take it down, but they don't want to take any risks. There is no reason to. There's a dragon on the map at the moment that I'm sure they'd love to secure. Give themselves 5 minutes to a Mountain Soul. And once a Mountain Soul comes in, I think that will be good night, because they simply are too far behind to get through those shields.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul providing that physical... Evie just dodging that.
They move in. Going in. Oh my word. Evie tanking up for so long. He finally goes down, but now the rest of the Hawks are here. The combo works. On the other side, they catch Keen, take him down. Momo desperately trying to still go all out. Can't do it. They go on to Kakut. Ooh, the hook doesn't quite land, but it was a lovely predict. And DFM get 1, but they lose 3 on the play. They'll lose this tower. And it's just, unfortunately, looking a little bit lost.
The snowball is getting bigger, and I really did like that play out of Evie there. You see the moment as DFM call in their third coach comms. It is coming through. He is in their ears saying, hey, what if we did this? Maybe we should do that. Just kind of giving some strategy, some advice to the players. Unfortunately, being the third coach comms, they will not get another one this game. That headset removed. As we do go to this replay here, DFM, they bring the numbers. Evie able to avoid that tempered fate coming out of the Bard, gets the equalizer back down to try and get some value. And here, Evie goes like back in. Evie makes a conscious decision to keep on fighting because he knew SHG were coming. He kept DFM in the fight. And I think that was a really heads up play there. A lot of flashes burned, but unfortunately that dredge line predict from Vista a little too far to the left, unable to land onto Karkun and net themselves a fourth. So did well to survive, but SHG still have 4 Baron empowered members. They're looking to push the top side. They want to get some more value with the last 20 seconds of this Baron power play, which is already over 3,000 gold here, Carrix.
It's looking pretty much unwinnable for DFM, but Logan, I'm going to give you a challenge. You need to write me the fanfic. How did DFM get back into this one? How did they save game 1?
Momo all outs Marble over the wall into the waiting arms of Citrus on that Pantheon, but that equalizer doing some work there. As I say, Momo all outs Marble into the waiting arms of DFM.
Waiting
to
arms,
the
you really are
orchestral...
doing fanfic.
Yeah, they're like, oh, and then the Pantheon is going to jump on top and stun. Keen is going to between worlds. Karkun is going to pop their ult as well, buffing the team. And then if they still haven't killed Marble by then, we're going to Fate Tempered and run away.
So all of that was just to kill Marble. Okay, that's chapter 1, I suppose. It's got to be at least 4 more, because unfortunately, all of the members of the SoftBank Hawks are so strong. Karkun lives by the hair on his spell shield, as they're going to try and turn this around. DFM might not get a better chance, but the rest of the SoftBank Hawks are here, moving in. They've already picked up 1, they'll pick up 2, they'll pick up 3 like they're on sale at the shops.
Karkun did really, really well there with that spell shield to avoid Arya's flick, which was placed so well. But all it did, it feels like, is delay the inevitable here. SHG, they've just been more synergized. They've just been more proactive. They're racing across this map at lightning pace. And it just feels like DFM is almost too slow to these plays. I mean, Keen just hit Van and did no damage. Van, it feels like, could face tank Keen for days and get on to whatever target he wants. But SHG, they're going to take these inhibitor turret and they're going to walk away. They're happy with it. They see that DFM are respawning and they're back on the rift. And this is that proactive play we're talking about. Marble, Valkyries forward. The Talia Weaver's Wall blocks DFM slightly, slowing their advance, keeping Karkun out of the base. We see Vista, he puts the depth charge onto Karkun in that backline as he's running away, and there's just nothing DFM can do. There's a small scuffle on that top side while we were live. And is that a Medjai's I see Arya just pick up?
That is a Medjai. That is not a Medjai's. I don't see a Medjai's. Where's a Medjai's? Oh, that is a Medjai's. You're totally telling the truth. I'm just blind. Looking at the wrong books. That is a 10-page Medjai. And I think that will be a 20-page Medjai by the time this game ends.
Yeah, look, if that doesn't signal the confidence that SHG have been playing through this game, I'm not entirely sure what else could signal it more, as the Drake is up, the 4th and final in another minute 20. The Baron is up again in 15. It is just up to SHG to decide what to do here. They can pull the trigger at any time, and it just doesn't feel like DFM is able to do too much. Their flank angle.
They do find a way in. Van 1 taking a lot of damage, but has that Guardian Angel. Doesn't really matter. Momo already chunked down the equalizer, burning them. Evie just flashing forward, doing so much. SoftBank Hawks are desperately looking to just break the back of DFM to end this game, but they're going to require another Baron to do it.
Ultimately, they did buy themselves some priority in that mid lane, forcing DFM to recall, and they are able to start this Baron up. But critically, DFM, they're looking to contest. The TPs are coming out onto the map. They are healthy. Momo looks like he might be the first here, but it's a race, Carrix.
It is a bit of a race. There is low health bars for the Hawks. This might be the best fight DFM could possibly hope for. Baron resetting as Arya trying to find something. Magical Journey is there. Van 1 moving in. Can they get the ult? They can. It goes in. Momo will be burned down immediately. Into the GA goes Van 1. Citrus just trying to buy space. He does for just a moment, but it's only 3 members of DFM left alive. They will be equalized. A flash forward and a kill for Arya. The wheels have finally come off, and I don't think we could come up with any fiction that gets them out of this one. It will be the SoftBank Hawks taking the first game of the LJL Derby. They land another hook, they pick up another kill, and eventually they'll decide to hit the Nexus. Here we go, 1-0 in the series, and the SoftBank Hawks make a decisive statement for why they deserve to be in the playoffs.
Carrix, Arya did not die. Van 1 did not die. Obviously, that Guardian Angel saving that death that we saw in the bush there in that last fight. That was domination from SHG here tonight into the LGL compatriots of DFM. So, after that convincing win, SHG up 1-0 over DFM. We will find ourselves in a game 2 with SHG advantage. DFM have to win the next one to stay in this best of 3 series, but SHG giving themselves the best possible opportunity for contention of playoffs, Carrix. As we said, it is so important for SHG to win here tonight to give themselves the slimmest of chances for playoffs contention, depending on tomorrow night's result between MBK and GZ.
And it's not the slimmest chance ever with how well Ground Zero played yesterday. I think they will take it to MBK. I think they almost come in as the favorite. So the SoftBank Hawks picking up a win here is mission critical. And I mean, boy, those are some damage shots.
The story of Marble, as was called in the pre-draft, if SHG play around Marble, they stand the best chance of winning, and that they did. That's nearly a 17k gold lead, a 19-4 KD by the end of it. SHG took everything and denied DFM everything. The only thing they got on the board was those grubs. It was just the story of early game pressure. Van bullying Citrus at every possible opportunity. SHG getting the fights first, collapsing quicker, pulling those triggers. Keen was the shining light come toward that mid lane after he got those 3 kills. He came online, had that item advantage. The poke got really dangerous, but then SHG were just able to overload other lanes where Keen wasn't, buy that advantage for their other laners, and ultimately, what can you do in the face of 5 very strong players if you're 1?
Yeah, it is unfortunate. This was a fight that looked like maybe it started out well. They got one, but Marble decided to put the world on his shoulders, deal so much damage that it was incredibly easy for Van 1 to clean up. He was like 1 longsword or like a different rune away from a triple kill.
It was, yeah, really close there. And I just want to talk about this highlight for one moment. Evie just dodging that Tempered Fate, the equalizer. He could have, okay. You know what? I was going to say I feel like he could have walked out, but unfortunately he couldn't. He was all outed back into the waiting arms of DFM. It wasn't his conscious choice to stick around in that fight. But even still, he was able to find value, get extra damage down, stay in the fight that little bit longer, enabling the rest of his team to finish DFM off. Vista had a good night, was able to land significant dredge lines, get those depth charges onto multiple people, getting exceptional value out of that. It was the SHG show tonight, Carrix, and unfortunately, DFM, they didn't have the best seats in the house. They got ushered out.
Well, I suppose it depends on your definition. Some would say that the best seats in a boxing match is being the other boxer. And in that case, DFM absolutely had the best seats because they got their chin taken out. They're going to have to find a way back in game 2, but it's not going to be easy.
I concur. As they say, I concur. It's a tall order to ask for them. But if I were to think, how could DFM get back into this one? I feel like it needs to be around Karkun. Karkun did play about as well as you could expect, as well as you could hope in this game. But in the face of the overwhelming strength across every single player of SHG, he just couldn't match up. Keen as well could be something to play around, but we won't find out until game 2, which is after this break, because here in the LCP, Carricks, we're made for this.
Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic, delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fast. And can you imagine, tell of a dragon? You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now, this a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dust. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time, I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time, I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home the dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And we are back for tonight's Game 2 of the LJL derby between SHG and DFM, Carricks. That Game 1, a fairly one-sided affair. SHG took the lead early and never let go of it. But I'm hoping DFM are able to turn it around here. Get some comfort picks, get some cross-map global play power going on. I think if they work around Karkun, they could do it.
They could do it. It's always possible. I'm never going to write them off, but Game 1 looked like the SoftBank Hawks know the stakes. It looks like they are very, very dialed into how important this one is to them, and they're not going to mess around. They're not going to do any quote-unquote content plays that we sometimes see. I think they're going to just try and lock this one up pretty quick.
Definitely. They definitely want to bring their best to bear. If they win this Game 2 SHG, they stay in playoffs contention. But if they lose it, they start to go to that risky area, because if DFM beat them tonight, SHG are done. They're dusted. They're out, and they will not make it to playoffs. So it is in their best interest to put their absolute best foot forward. And you can tell Evie is locked in. Normally we get some cheeky smiles, we normally get some camera play and banter, but I think he is ready. He understands the mission that is here in front of him. And equally so DFM. You know, they are playing, as we've said before, for regional pride. They're playing for the ability to say, yep, we did not have a winless split this time. We took a series, and you know, there's power in that as well. There's confidence building, there's morale boosting. But I tell you what, it's a tall order. We've got the likes of Evie on that top side. Van was bullying Citrus in that jungle, so if he can find another power pick in that jungle, he'll do it again. But speaking of power, speaking of jungle, J4 removed, Nocturne also removed. I think these bans, they're going to look awfully similar to Game 1 Carricks.
Yeah, if I'm the SoftBank Hawks, I don't change much in this one. I go again. It worked the first time. Why wouldn't it work the second? Rise as well, take it away. I definitely don't think you can let Aria on that one if you're DFM. I could see a second mid laner. Aria had a really good performance in Game 1. We focused it on Marble for good reason. He was carrying the damage, but Aria had constant lane priority, constant control that allowed all those Van 1 invades.
You are absolutely right. We did expect Keen's Aurora to be able to bully Arya a little bit, but it just never appeared. Keen was able to secure advantage on that bot side by roaming and getting a couple of kills, and that sort of brought him back into that game. But he just needs to have that mid-side priority. He can't let himself be bullied again and give over that sort of middle region of Summoner's Rift. As we see another mid lane ban come through here, I think it's safe to say this one is entirely expected. It is that powerful control mage in the middle, Orianna. Nico banned, unsurprising as well. A very strong support, a great engage tool with that Pot Blossom lockdown with those Tangle Barbs. Just consistently banned out here in the LCP, and dare I say, surprising absolutely no one, Varus is banned out. He is our 6th most banned champion here in the LCP so far this split, but Carrix, Jungle Jace has made it through.
Jace getting through for Citrus is a good start for DFM, I should say. This is a good start, no question. Strongest jungler on the patch, in my opinion at least. Incredibly powerful is banned Evie. Hovering the Urgot. This is some vintage picks for him. I kind of do want to see him slam one of them. Not super strong at the moment. Renekton would make more sense, but Evie, you know it's calling to you.
Ooh,
okay.
A switch up there, Carrix.
I like that.
They wanted to give, I love this switch up. They were hovering topside. They clearly thought, let's give our topside priority here. But I think the call was made, and I think it's the right call to give Marble that monstrous Aphelios and Vista to enable that Aphelios, that movement, that shield, that lockdown that a Thresh can bring. We said it in the pre-draft, Carrix. SHG understand the stakes, and they are bringing their best to bear. They don't care that they've revealed this combo early. They just needed this combo early.
And there's not a huge amount you can do into it. Yeah, you reveal it early, but what are you going to do? And it looks like Ziggs Leona is what's being thought about. Ziggs at least. We'll wait for the actual lock before we speculate too much on hovers. I don't think Blitzcrank is the go. I like Ziggs Leona. Leona can just roam the entire time. Ziggs should be super safe, just sitting in the bot lane by himself. I don't think that's a terrible response from DFM.
I've definitely always loved a Leona. Leona is like one of my sort of mains in support, so I do have a bias towards a Leona pick. Leona Ziggs obviously offers that lockdown. Ziggs can definitely satchel charge and influence the fight, knock the Thresh away, knock the Aphelios away, but oh god, it's Malphite.
Yep,
Malphite
rock.
made it through and has been picked up.
Yep, rock. Let's go. Spam the chat. Yep, rock. He's in. Finally. And
It
also,
is
I
good
want
to
to point
see
out how so far 6 champions picked, and I don't know if any of them were released after 2020.
It is good to see that Malphite make it through the ban phase. And you're like, any enjoyers in chat? It is good to see Malphite make it through that ban phase. Malphite has been picked up, and I know we were talking about, Varus being 6th most banned, but Malphite is literally the #1 ban here in the LCP for Split 1 of 2026. So we have not seen him on the Rift much, only 5 times. And of those 5, he's won 4. That's an 80% win rate. This is why he's banned out. He's just so strong. And Sylas makes sense because you don't want to give those ults over to a Sylas on the opposite team.
No, you absolutely cannot let a Sylas have a Malphite ult. That is a recipe for disaster. You should push Keen further down the tier list, taking away the Azir. The obvious picks of the patch are gone. Talia, obviously Fearless out, so is Aurora, Sylas, Azir, Rise, and obviously this Orianna. So, not sure where Keen is going to go. Still does have lots of options. Ahri still floating around as well. LeBlanc banned away from Arya.
Yeah, so they read that maybe Ari is going for like a power pick here, like just an AP assassin to demolish whatever they want to plan for Keen. But as you say, I mean, there's still so many good mid laners still around. Victor, he's been played a few times. That Ari still available for this mid lane matchup. Neither of them having revealed their mid lane though, so it could be quite interesting with the Rise ban, the
Ari.
LeBlanc ban as well. There she is.
I just want to say,
Ari
we're maintaining full boomer agenda. These are all pre-2020. Can we go full pre-2020 champion draft?
If it works, it works. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just keep locking them in. And we do see a hover. I've got to wait for it to be locked in here, Carrix, before I can full send on this one. But I think you know what is coming. Crikey, Carrix, that's a crocodile. Renekton locked in for Momo on the top side of DFM. And it will be interesting to see what they decide to pick up for their mid lane now that they have a full read on SHG's mid laner Ari. Wait, what?
Huh? Mundo potentially being hovered here. Is this going to be a Jace being swapped to the mid lane? This could be Mundo mid as well. This is played. Now that's interesting.
That has thrown me for a 6 as we update the graphics here. Surely, I was like, surely not a Leona top.
Interesting. Where are we going?
As
Keen playing
SHG
Jace
has
mid?
locked in.
Okay.
Yeah, SHG has locked in their top laner here. They have picked up Zahen, jungle Malphite, mid lane Ari, AD Aphelios with a support of Thresh, and DFM on the other side have got Renekton top, Mundo in the jungle, a Jace mid lane, and Ziggs on the bot, and Leona in support. So an interesting decision coming out of DFM here. This will be the first Jace we've seen played in that mid lane in the LCP so far this year. So we will have to see how that one works out. I'm not quite sure what to expect. Obviously having some serious poke ability, but I don't know about early lane pressure here. I just don't think it's there, Carrix.
It's a really interesting bump into the Malphite because who is Malphite hitting with his ult?
Everyone. Every time. Everyone. All five of them. Just do it. Full
They
send.
should be 2 screens away.
True. Get that poke down, but that will be answered in game 2 here as we see Evie, Vanwan, Arya, Marble, and Vista ready to do their best to take it to DFM, Momo, Citrus, Keen, Karkun, and Gang. And as a reminder, if SHG win here tonight, they are still in playoffs contention. But enough about that. We are on Summoner's Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 between SHG and DFM. And for once, the skin on Mundo is not the business, the corporate Mundo. I like it.
I don't. Bring back the best skin in the game. Corporate Mundo is my jam. I love that skin. But it is some variety is nice. But I'm so interested in this mid lane matchup. Moving the Jace into mid. It's interesting. It threw a wrench in the draft, but earlier tonight we saw a similar thing where a wrench was thrown into draft and we got to the end of the game and went, probably should have just been jungle, hey?
As early trading though is working currently. I know it's only early, but I'm so excited. But as you say, yeah, sometimes the wrench works against you. Sometimes the thing that you've thrown the wrench into, it never should have been thrown in the first place. Just like a Nautilus hook that lands on a tank. Sometimes you didn't want that hook to land. As we do see that both junglers have started in their respective top sides. They're just going to look to do their super fast, 3 minute 15 jungle clears before recalling and getting their first items. That would be my expectation here. But Marble, they're controlling this wave well, has eked out an 8 CS lead just now. But as you would fully expect, with the wave crashing, Karkun does have the opportunity to catch right back up.
The top side is going to be interesting as well. This Zahen into Renekton matchup has the potential to be super explosive. Renekton does like the short trades, while obviously Zahen always wants to extend the trades as long as he can. If he's going to go for a full trade, of course. Ooh, lovely play there by Vista, trying to turn things around, but Kakun not exposing himself to the hook. And as I was saying earlier, I want to see, not so much at level 2, but maybe around level 5, level 6. Gang should basically just say goodbye to Kakun and say, I'll see you in 20 minutes. Because the Ziggs is just under no threat. He can sit under tower and lob bombs. He doesn't need to be babysat by the Leona.
And definitely range is a big part of Zig's safety there. And that Leona being able to rotate and get that advantage in other lanes, get his other laners, the solo ones ahead, as there's an early jungle scuffle here, Carrix.
Yep, Van 1 has to take the Lantern out, as the Mundo so difficult to stop with this composition. No one really good to pop the passive. It kind of has to be like a flay, as Evie and Momo trading back and forth. Needs to be really careful around an empowered Q. Could still be turned back around on him.
You can tell by Momo's face there, he's getting a little bit frustrated with his trades. He definitely wants to be strong. Oh, Carrix mid lane.
Yeah, Citrus is just going to scare them off. But bot lane? I said we didn't have to babysit the Ziggs. Apparently we do, because he's been hooked and cooked.
Yeah, first blood over to Marble there as well. So netting himself that extra 100 gold bounty. Scuttle fight.
It's hard to stop him. I don't think Evie can do a huge amount. That first CC ignored. Citrus should just be able to walk out, as Evie wants to commit a flash, which I don't think he will. He'll take a cleaver for his troubles. But we do need a replay of bot lane.
I will be interested to see that one. You can see that an assist came through from Vista here as we go back to it. Okay, so Kakun currently under tower. We do see the recalls coming out here. Oh, so Kakun cancelled and went back for... Oh, no. Excellent flash play.
He satcheled himself the wrong way.
Satcheled. Yep. You hate to see it, but first blood over to SHG and straight into the pocket of Marble. That Aphelios monstrosity that you do not want to see accelerated. This is a great start for SHG. However, Keen is getting that priority in the mid lane that we wanted to see in game 1. So this is good. This is an improvement. You like to see it. It feels like Keen has had a lot of practice on this and is able to execute well right now. He's definitely got the better of Arya on this Ahri in this early game.
More trading on the top side. Love a good bloodbath up there. So far, it is Softbank Hawks with a slight lead. That early kill, that mistake from Kakun, just accelerating Marble a little bit, and that is the worst possible person to accelerate. We hate seeing Marble ahead if you're a DFM fan or if you're a Game 3 wanter, which of course we all are. I want to see this one go the distance.
I like any other league fan, I love 3 games here as Citrus just coming down to see what's up with the Drake and is welcomed by 3 members of Vista. Van gets a hook. Vista gets a hook.
Gang is very deep here, in a lot of trouble, has to try and find a way out, and does, as SHG now needs to evacuate. Van 1 going low. Can they whip any bombs over? No, not quite. It's going to be Citrus that gets found. Another hook there for Vista, holding up Kakun for just long enough for Marble to flash in and get the double.
This is a bloodbath. The fight continues.
Keen could find another accelerated shock blast. Has Gang coming in. Marble needs to be so careful. He needs to have the fingers. No, never mind. Keen just makes it certain with a flash and a play back in. Keen gets a double of his own. He's on 3.
Marble is on 3. Keen is on 3. This is a bloodbath already. It is 6 kills in 6 minutes. This is already more explosive than game 1 as we cut back to this replay. Vista just in the bushes, unseen, able to get a great hook on the Gang, locking Gang down, forcing that flash out, and suddenly it's 3 relatively healthy members. Karkorn off the side here is left alone and able to get so much poke down, a lot of value. Vista nicely done there to circle back around, however, to lock down Karkun, and Marble collects that kill for himself quite tidily. Missing the charm there, though, from Arya was critical. This really allowed Gang and Keen to come back into the fight. Gang had rolled away.
Back.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You're a level 5 Malphite.
He saw an opportunity, all right? It may not have been the best opportunity, but he saw it and he wanted to take it. But he's level 6 now, so he will be able to deliver that unstoppable force into the midst of DFM. But we have an accelerated bot laner in Marble, and we have an accelerated mid laner in Keen on that Jace. So you do like to see those accelerated shock blasts coming through a little bit earlier than expected. And he's doing so well in the mid lane. He's eked out like a 15 CS advantage, but counter to that, Marble has a 20 over Karkun. These fights, Carrick, they're just going to get more and more explosive.
And it is going to be how well SoftBank Hawks can protect Marble. If Jace Poke is landing onto Marble at any point, even just one accelerated shock blast is going to just chunk him so low, make it impossible to play the fights. We need to see Van 1, Evie, and Vista working together to protect Marble in these fights, because he does do more damage over the course of a fight than King.
I agree. It's going to come down to, you know, Evie being able to sort of front line. It's going to come down to Malphite diving into that back line and really disrupting whatever plans DFM want to bring to bear to collapse onto Marble, as Marble does
Unstoppable force into a hook, into a shutdown. That's what we love to see out of Malphites. Why we cheered for the pick, as DFM are routed off the mid lane.
I mean, a lot committed for one kill. We got the Thresh ult, we got the Malphite ult, and ultimately it does result in the death of Keen, that 3-0 mid laner previously. And conveniently, Arya is able to pick that one up to kind of stay in contention, cut that gold lead by half. Van just sneakily securing that one grub so that the 3 grub buff does not go over to DFM. They just cut that benefit down a little bit, decreasing that overall value. But great initiation coming out of Van 1 there to set up that kill onto Keen. Vista, unafraid.
Karkun is caught out. The tag from the sniper as well. Oh, poor little Ziggs.
Carrick's, Marble doesn't need protection. It's DFM that needs protection from Marble. A gang going into 2?
Yeah, walking it in. They do have the teleport, so he should be safe enough, able to hold the wave for long enough for Karkun to get back. Like to see that. Like to see Gang still recognizing what he needs to be doing. But unfortunately, the ship is slipping away from shore. For the bot lane, at least.
That's it. They threw the anchor down. Oh, Evie gets a good hook onto Momo here, but I don't think there's any real threat of a death. The ship is sailing away, and DFM, they're running along the platform, the wharf, and they're like, wait for us. And DFM coach comms come through. They're looking to slow this ship down. They're looking to right it so that DFM can put up a stronger showing here. I think they really need to play around Keen. Keen has proven to be their win condition here so far, and if they can really put some more gold into the pockets, accelerate that Jace, they might find themselves in contention, especially if they can prevent this Van 1 Malphite ulting on top of him.
It's not going to be super easy, to say the least. This is a bit of a tense game already for DFM. Only 1.5 down at this stage in the first game. I think they were further behind. So improvements. Keen is very strong, charmed up, but still able to play on the front foot. Arya chunked very low. Keen has a lot of work to do.
Dare I say Keen was happy to be charmed up there so that it actually brought him closer to that Ahri? Is that crazy of me to put out there? I don't think so, because DFM, they convert that mid lane priority that they earn into the bot side Drake, as top side, ults are traded. It's your classic top lane of wet pool noodle fight just going on. And DFM's Citrus on this Mundo able to secure the first Drake of the game for DFM. They're putting up a fight here, Carrick. They're not going to go quietly into the night.
No, they are not, and nor should they. This will be their last hurrah for the split at least. So they need to put on a show. Desperately try and fight their way back. I'll try and take it to the third. Aria has bounced back as well. It was like a 20-something CS lead. It's now down to just barely any. It will balloon out a little bit again as Keen catches the wave, but it's very close there on the CS at least. The gold, of course, not so much. But look at the pressure they're putting on the bot lane and just preventing Gang ever leaving.
You are so right. Gang cannot leave Karkun alone, because if he does, this combination of Thresh Aphelios is just going to dive him under this tower. That's what Thresh is good at, and Leona is great at preventing those dives, so she has to stick around to keep Karkun alive, let him keep CSing, but he is about 40 CS down at the moment. We do see Gang coming back out onto the map on that mid side, just trying to get some of that vision control back in the jungle. Let Citrus stay in this game on this Mundo, get that Heart Steal online, which is now, and hopefully get the most satisfying bonk in the game and scale up, get that health, because he needs to be this unkillable, unstoppable pusher that we know he can be, to be a threat to take the heat off of his teammates here, Carrix.
Will be an important thing if he can manage to do that. Evie seems to have really gotten control of this top side, as Momo traded down pretty hard there. Does manage to get a tower plate. Good stuff for this hand. Something that will have to be brought to bear in this fight as well. Gone an early Bramble Vest, so delaying his first Arden Spike a little bit just to help his trades into the Renekton.
I think it's a smart pickup to get that Bramble Vest, though, because the healing off Renekton is such a core part of his kit of sustainability. I did note that Evie obviously had such a strong health lead and a big wave crashing, but Momo was able to just dash forward, cleave, and kill the entire wave. So that was, I think, calculated. It was very nicely handled there. We do see Keen 20 CS up. We do see Marble about 30 CS up, if quick math serves me right. But I think a fight is brewing, Carrick. The Rift Herald is here in 25 seconds. The next Drake, though, not for another 2 and a bit minutes. So it will be a contest of priority over this mid and bot side. Keen looking for an angle.
They go for something onto Vista, but the flash is good enough to get him out. Might deter the SoftBank Hawks from contesting this Herald, though. Could be a bit of a win for DFM, as Momo has burnt his ult. Thinking about coming into this one, not too sure he would have made it, but Evie on the bot side, able to just pick up even more gold, will get the tower, and then just has to contend with Keen.
It was definitely a good sort of priority gain coming out of DFM with that fight in the mid lane. I did notice, though, that Keen was able to land that accelerated shock blast onto Marble, but it looked like it did a whole lot of not much, really. So I feel like the acceleration that's gone into that Aphelios is kind of Jace-proofing him, if you will, at least for now. As SHG, they use their priority to at least force DFM into them, and DFM, they're going to respond. They want to contest this Rift Herald. This is going to be a fight, Carrick's. TP's being committed.
Yeah, Keen will be joining the fray, and he must. Vista with a good play to stop the initial engage, but the Super Inferno Bomb takes him out. Gang going low, but not going down. This is a good start to the fight by DFM. Kakun managed to get back out to range. The Herald has been taken, has been summoned. Could be used for a cheeky escape. Zehen up into the air. Does not have that passive stacked up yet. There will be no revive. Keen on the other side, desperately trying. Evie does go down. The SoftBank Hawks have lost this fight. Keen can keep charging forward. He's in that range for accelerated shot blast. Lands onto Marble. It's not going to quite do enough, but Momo now should have another dash. Does get it through. Dropping that turret was such a huge mistake by Marble, and they've been cleaned off the map.
The pressure still being applied. Van having to take that lantern to get out. This is what you want to see if you're DFM. That was a really good team fight. It was protracted, it was long, it was drawn out, and that worked so well for them and put so much gold back into the pockets of DFM. They find themselves at a 1,500 gold lead overall as a team right now. I cannot wait for this replay, and I don't have to. The TPs are committed. DFM say, we are here. We are going to contest this. And they lock down, they shut down Vista early. They remove that support threat, those plays, those lanterns. And then Keen is left in the backlines, but I like that Citrus dropped this Rift Herald. It bought him time. He avoided Evi's ult and then ran it into the pit, knocking both Evi and Arya up. He was then able to secure another kill and flash over the back of the wall. Suddenly, DFM found themselves with fighting.
But we come back to live, and Momo is in trouble. Caught 1v3. The Dominus was running, but it's not going to be enough. On the other side, a lantern gets Marvel to safety. Keen, still a bit of a raid boss on the bot side. Someone needs to go and answer that Jace, but trading towers at the moment. But DFM have a lead.
Yeah, and as I was saying before we went back to live, DFM did find themselves a 5v3 numbers advantage in that Rift Herald fight, and they were able to close it out. Momo charging forward, getting that kill onto Marble, netting some gold very, very nicely. We do see both teams call in their coach comms. This is the second for each team. They both only have one left. And then we went back to live. Momo just annihilated in a 3v1 situation, but Citrus taking advantage of all the members of SHG being topside gets the second Drake of the game for DFM. This is a match, Carrix. This is our second game where DFM are looking good. They're looking competitive. They're answering these cross-map plays.
They really, really are. We have a proper game on our hands. Game one maybe had us feeling like it was already over, but DFM has injected some hope into their fans and into our veins. Keen with a 2,000 gold lead, solo is able to take on Marble, and it's going to come down to a battle between those two titans.
And I'm glad that there's a matchup here. I'm glad that there is an answer into Marble, because we were talking about just how strong Marble is on this Aphelios. Yeah, he's 4-2 right now, but his answer, his matchup, Keen, is 3-1-4. He's got 2 items into the 2-item AD of Marble as another scuffle breaks out in these top laners on the bot side, Carrix.
Evi moving forward, will use the ultimate, has the passive fully stacked up. Van 1 was coming into range, but they decided to call it off. It was taking a little bit too long.
Yeah, Momo on that Renekton just able to outrun it, basically. Was probably going to have the passive drop as DFM, they engage again in the jungle.
That they do. Vista has been caught out, flashing away. The hook doesn't do anything. Of course, it is that Mundo really becoming a bit of a problem. Citrus has not been caught, has been super, super safe.
Really, really well played there by Citrus to be as safe as he has been. He's eked out a CS advantage. I want to say right now, Van 1 needs to be more proactive. Van 1 needs to be setting up these plays, getting these monstrous engages that we do know Malphite is capable of, and he's gone tank Malphite, so he can engage and he can stick around and fight. It's not like he's a one-and-done AP Malphite here. Citrus, knowing this, has the Heartsteel, has the Spirit Visage, gets himself that MR, gets himself that bonus healing that is so powerful on that Spirit Visage on the Mundo as well. We take a quick glance at the Summoners, which are being burnt everywhere all game right now, but almost everybody has their flashes, barring sort of Vista, Momo, and Citrus, and heals, TPs galore everywhere. Marble did take that cleanse because the CC that can come out of Gang and Momo is something he needs to avoid. He cannot get caught.
100%, and what a close game it is. A slight gold lead DFM, 6-7 in kills. Gang, ooh, it's good sidestep there from Marble. The hook goes in, but blocked by Citrus. Ooh, this is a really tense one here, Logan. Hawks just trying to push this in, but they just have to be so careful around Keen.
Yeah, good charm.
Oh, here they go, gang. Perhaps stepping a little bit too far forward. Unstoppable Force is used. So much damage immediately being dealt, but Marble was too chunked for them to continue the fight. The accelerated shock blast doing so much charm onto Keen, chunking him low as well. It's blow for blow here in the LCP.
I love that this is like a long, protracted fight and that neither team is willing to break away, but ultimately they had to. It was a great start there from DFM as we see Evie chasing more out of Momo here.
Dominus immediately burned, a teleport called in. Evie needs to find a way out. He won't be able to stack the passive. Flashes over the wall. Keen can't follow Momo. Not fast enough to deny the blast cone. Good escape by Evie.
Yeah, Evie saw something and he went for it. He popped that ult in, but he had to use that flash to retreat. The TP, a great response from Keen there. Unfortunately, he did land a shock blast, but it wasn't accelerated. So just unable to kind of really threaten that kill on Evie. So good job there by Evie to get away. But we were talking about that previous fight. Keen did kick it off a bit. He was getting those accelerated shock blasts down across SHG. And then we saw Van 1 ult in with that unstoppable force, and unfortunately only really landing on the Gang. But Gang is a tanky Leona, was able to walk out of that one, obviously had to burn the flash, but lived the initial engage. And now, Carrix, it looks like we're about to fight. SHG do have the numbers advantage for this Drake, though, right now.
For now, they do, but this is where the question has to be asked is who is getting hit by these hooks? Who is getting hit by these Malphite ults? It's going to be Momo for now. Chunked low. Evie being collapsed on in the backside. Keen zoning him out. The steal on the Drake by Citrus. DFM no longer have to do anything. Momo charmed up, but gets away from the Malphite ult. They're robbers. They've broken in. They've gotten out. No, Arya will make sure one of them is taken in the retreat. They do expect one of us in the wreckage, but huge play for DFM.
Well played by DFM. They played with initiative. They saw the Drake and they answered it as SHG bring in their third and final Coach Com 2. It was a good job by Keen there to bully Evie away, keep him off the back line of DFM. But Momo does go down at the end of that Drake fight, but I think you'll take that any day of the week. One for the Drake is excellent. DFM find themselves on sole point now, and Keen just completed his third item, those accelerated shock blasts. You won't be able to let them hit anymore, Carrix. They will do damage.
They will do so much damage, and I just want to emphasize how massive that Drake steal was. That's now sole point for DFM. If they can find a favorable fight in 4 minutes, they secure a Cloud Soul, and a Cloud Soul for a Renekton for a Mundo? Horrifying.
Yeah, that movement speed is quite something else. Like, these guys, as we do see that Zig's value, they're just destroying that tier 1 turret of SHG's in the mid lane there. That is DFM's third of the game, so very, very nice. They do have that sort of cross-map pressure, that advantage now. They still have their mid lane turret in response, but as you were saying, if they secure themselves that Cloud Soul, you know, there's a certain expectation of how fast enemy champs move. But with that soul, you move so much faster and it becomes so much harder to predict or even expect where your opponents are going to turn up. It just provides flanking opportunities. It provides outplay opportunities. It's going to be a fantastic soul for them to secure if they can do it. And it just places the importance of the next fight in 2.5 minutes around that fourth Drake.
At 2.5 minutes, what will Marble be able to do? 2.5 items at the moment. Not actually super ahead of Kakun on that front. That Rabadon's will be completed as well. It should be 3 items versus 3 items out of the bot laners. But Keen is who I'm looking at. Look at these damage charts. He is so massive. Arya as well, honestly, has been a little bit quieter, but has been constantly landing poke, constantly landing charms. And a key one onto a target like Kakun or like Keen could break the game open.
Definitely landing a critical charm onto Keen could change it around. I really do think that if they remove Keen, SHG will be able to just rush forward. There won't be much else that DFM would be able to do. Yeah, they have the front line of Renekton and Mundo, but with the poke of Keen removed, I mean, you just run over Karkun and it's just tanks left with very little damage. You would win that fight. And Marble has just completed Lord Dominic's Regard. So the damage coming through onto Citrus, onto Renekton, it's going to be serious. It's going to be significant. They're going to have to treat Marble like the threat that he has built himself up to be. And they're going to have to respect the damage output. It's important now more than ever that Keen is able to get those accelerated shock blasts down, get that poke down, really soften SHG up before DFM go in. That gang solar flare critical to be able to lock down Marble, which is why he has that cleanse. So someone somewhere has to burn it out of him early before that big team fight in under a minute as that Rabadon's Death Cup is completed for Karkun.
And this Rabadon's is super, super scary. Able just to lay down the minefields, just constantly throwing poke, even if all he really lands is a couple of explosions from the minefield and a Mega Inferno Bomb. If that goes on to Marble, it's enough. Marble, woohoo. All right, Vista was close enough by to get him out of there, but he was playing with fire.
And when you play with fire, you get burnt. So you do have to be so careful. Oh, Momo.
Ooh, has been caught out. Is taking a huge amount of damage. The Dominus has been used. Another hook coming in on the other side. Marble over the wall, playing this to perfection. Aria joins, can't hit the charm. Evie looking to build up the determination. Huge pull in by Evie. Double kill now for Marble. And they are going to run through DFM. Evie picking up the kill. Another hook comes out only onto Citrus. Doesn't actually pull him in as SHG stop the Dragon Soul and win a fight.
Well played by SHG there. They had that vision control in that brush and Momo just face checked into 3, paid for it with his life. Unfortunately, Carrix, this fight is continuing.
That it is. Citrus taking a lot of damage, having to move about. Dragon has taken, as you said, Marble just continuing to threaten. Keen has to back off. Marble able to get all that gold. And let's have a look at how this went down.
Momo puts that control ward down, but too little too late. Van commits the unstoppable force. It does have minimal impact here as Momo sticks around. And as you say, Marble playing so cleanly on the other side of that wall behind the front line of SHG. And Evie getting a 3-man pull in into the ultimate. So much value there. As DFM, they had collapsed, they had raced to try and save their top laner Momo, and unfortunately it turned quite disastrous for them, giving over 3 kills and that Drake. So critically, SHG by themselves another 4 minutes before that Drake soul can come through, that cloud soul we were talking about earlier. And here we see the damage meters. Evie is topping the damage right now, ahead of Marble.
He is doing so much. That damage chart. Every time we looked top, it was just trades, and more trades. And now this is the hen. 2 items. Has a Bramble Vest. Is going to complete a 3rd soon enough. He is unstoppable in the side lane. I don't think even Keen can stop him. He's too far ahead. He's a huge problem. I don't know if you stop him in the side lane. I think you just have to fight in the actual... You have to fight the 5v4 and force him to come to you.
Absolutely. And we do see that jungle control, vision control is going down. Ping's going topside. So Keen just claiming... Oh, Van.
There's an unstoppable force onto Kakun. Oh. And the mark from the Aphelios ultimate lets him line him up, take him down.
Yeah, Karkun just caught there, was just trying to clear the wave, and SHG, they spot their opportunity and they take it. They commit 2 ultimates, they get Karkun, and they're going for this Baron. DFM, there's nothing they can do here. It's a fast Baron. That Lantern brings Marble back into the fight. They're looking for more here. They might want to just close DFM out. Aria dancing on gang.
Gang is down, was tagged up with that green gun, not able to find his way out. Does lose that there. Citrus is really difficult to deal with, but unfortunately he's just not enabled by anything. He can't just walk at the opposing team because the rest of them are just getting picked off.
Yeah, Citrus on his own in a 1v1, very, very powerful. But in these team environments, SHG are playing around him beautifully.
Oh, he's been hooked with the passive proc. He's taking so much damage. Don't quite get him, though.
They do get a win. They force the ult out of Citrus there, so he does not have that for the inevitable next fight. This Baron-empowered SHG, they're pushing their advantage everywhere. The only place they can't right now is that bot side. DFM do have that bot side sort of advantage, if you will. It's out halfway, but they have to defend this top inhibitor turret here. SHG sieging. They have almost every ult online. Van could just pull the trigger here and almost end it.
He's certainly looking for it, but he has to catch Kane. That is the most important target. Kane just has to play far enough back. Rain the shock blasts over, and the Edge of Night comes back up as well, making Malphite's job even harder. They need to break that before they really pull the trigger on a fight. Evie on the side, just chunking out Momo. Arya moves in, lands the charm. They pick up the croc, and they're going to try and push forward for the fight. 1 inhib falls, 2 inhib fall. All 5 members of the Hawks are alive. Big shock blast, maybe DFM chases. I think they might just have to allow the retreat. Keen, just going to be annoying. Makes this a little bit difficult. 40 seconds on the Dragon. Enough time to reset, enough time to roll back out. Ooh, Van 1 might not have time.
I think DFM are doing a good job here by harassing, preventing those recalls. They are Baron empowered, so they are quicker, but DFM, they need to get out on the map here as well. They need to get vision control and priority over this Drake because this is a critical Drake for them. This could be Soul for them. SHG still have 30 seconds left on this Baron power play. They find themselves plus 5,000 gold off this play, but SHG, they're back on the Rift. They're ready to contend for this Drake. They have the wave priority in top. They have the wave priority in mid, and they are on the Drake. They're first to pull the trigger. DFM, they can't even contest this one, Carrix. It's already gone.
It is wiped out. I thought there might have been a potential timing where maybe they could have found something. Maybe they could have got the soul and ran away, but no, it doesn't work out. The Baron empowered recalls are enough. And the SoftBank Hawks pick up that second one. They deny Soul. That's the most important part. They're going to go in. Mega Inferno Bomb to desperately try and clear out the wave. But look at Evie. He's just a one-man army on the backside, waiting for his team to take down the tower, waiting to secure that third inhib. And surely, we are seeing the end of DFM. A hook onto Citrus, into a charm, into the knockup. He does get a big heal from that W, desperately trying to go where he pleases, having to flash away. Citrus will finally be taken down, and that is going to be what breaks the dam. A triple kill for Evie. Marble getting it done. Can Evie find more? Is under the mountain laser, unfortunately taken down there by Keen, but it just doesn't matter because here in the LJL derby, it is the SoftBank Hawks showing that they are on top. DFM will go series winless this split, and the SoftBank Hawks keep the playoff dream alive.
SHG take it in a clean 2-0 sweep against their LJL compatriots, DFM. Well done. Congratulations. We get the fist bumps. We get the bows of respect towards one another. That was a better game out of DFM. I saw more signs of a potential win, but it was still not enough to beat SHG. Evie on that Zahen coming in clutch, doing so much damage, securing a triple in the backline in that final fight to close DFM down and out. They were able to prevent that Dragon Soul that DFM had been working so diligently towards. It was just a matter of which team is better, and SHG rose to the occasion. SHG are still in playoffs contention here, Carrick's.
That they are. We outlined it earlier, but it's worth mentioning. With that win, SHG just need ground zero to get up over MVK tomorrow, and they will be in the playoffs. It adds a lot of excitement to that series, but unfortunately, that will be it for DFM this split. They unfortunately will not pick up a win and have to get ready for the relegation tournament.
I do like, though, that they gave DFM their time on stage. They brought them out. They gave them their final bow, coaching team and all. They were all smiles. They understand the situation, and I think they gave it their best shot. So they walk away still smiling. But look at that. Evie on that Zyhan nearly out damaging the AD of DFM, and Marble on that Aphelios. It was called pre-draft. It was called pre-matchup that he can't get Aphelios, and he did, and he proved once again why, even though Van had a relatively quiet one on that Malphite, the value of that unstoppable force cannot be understated. And frankly, Vista landing so many hooks onto Citrus, just procking that passive, not allowing him to be that unstoppable juggernaut that we know and love in League of Legends.
Yeah, it was a really good performance by all 5 members of the SoftBank Hawks, and it's easy to say, oh, it's DFM, but I think that actually gave me a fair bit of hope. Should things go their way tomorrow, should they go into playoffs, I think they do exist in that dark horse position. They could take some names in the playoffs, and Vista actually getting the player of the match. I'm surprised to see that, but I kind of love the pick.
I like that tonight has been the player of the matches for supports. Earlier in our series 1, the support there also got the player of the match. So quite nice to see, actually. Shasi got it. I mean, frankly, though, Vista was on a tear, got exceptional flays, had those lanterns where they needed to be to get Marble in and out of fights. And like I was saying, he kept landing hooks onto Citrus. He kept procking that Mundo passive, making him just that little bit more susceptible to the CC and open to being killed. And I mean, if that's not the work of the unsung heroes of supports, I don't know what is. He just set the team up for success. Frontlining, CCing, all of it. In fact, just give him MVP of the split now.
It was a very, very impressive performance. He was everywhere. I liked it a lot. Was always first to the play as well. Was beating Dang out on these rotations. Always able to land his CC. I don't really remember any impactful solar flares, but so many hooks are stuck in my mind. Constantly breaking the Citrus passive. Constantly catching Momo. Constantly threatening Keen as well. Keen was really ahead, but was kind of unable to bring it to bear because of the zoning of Vista.
And to speak of Keen, he did prove himself to be that hope for DFM. He played that early to mid game really, really well, gained those advantages, promised to be the threat that SHG had to play around, and his accelerated shock blasts, they were landing and they were hurting, but the front line from SHG was just stronger. Van was in their faces. Evie was in their faces, getting 3-man pull-ins there and just bringing them all back into the fight against SHG exactly where they wanted them. And here's that hook again from Vista. I mean, Arya on the Ahri was able to put out that damage as well. Really, really delivered from a damage perspective. Landed several good charms, but still feels like it was a little bit quieter in the face of so much greater, if you will. Like, Arya had a good game, but Vista had a great game. It was just in the shadows of the rest of the team, in my opinion. As we recap tonight's results, Carricks, our first series DCG against GAM, 6-1. That was today's result. Sorry, 2-1. 6-1 is where they currently stand. They didn't win 6 games tonight. And then our second series, SHG.
Pretty good one.
Yeah, that's why it's so late. And SHG take a 2-0 over DFM, Carricks. Look at the standings.
Yeah, it is Relove DCG currently on top. Team Secret Wales, of course, will be playing tomorrow. A chance to put themselves back up there. But this is beginning to be the order of events as our playoff race. As a reminder, the top 6 will be going to playoffs. MVK tomorrow against Ground Zero Gaming. If MVK win, they will take that 6th spot, and it will be our 2 LJL teams not making the playoffs. However, should Ground Zero Gaming pick up that win, you see, in that 2nd match tomorrow, if Ground Zero moves up to 4-3, MVK will not make playoffs, and the SoftBank Hawks will. And frankly, after the performance from Ground Zero tomorrow, yesterday I should say, MVK needs to be on their toes.
You are so right. GZ came out with a barnstormer last night and took CFO to task and really cemented their place in those playoffs. So that best of series tomorrow night, that last one there between GZ, Ground Zero Gaming, and MVK Esports is going to be one to watch. So if you want to find out who makes the top 6 and who doesn't get into playoffs, that'll be the one. That's not to say the first series isn't spectacular, but Carrix, we're going to wrap it up here tonight, my friend. It has been some awesome games here in the LCP. We hope to see you back here again tomorrow night to close out the regular split. See yous.